Hello, everyone. How's your Saturday going? Hopefully it is going well. Soothing voice. I hope I can manage the soothing buttery noodles style voice that will help me get into the ASMR game. We will see if I can if I can quite make that happen. Hey, Nathan and Thomas, Nicholas, Ben, Jay, Ambrose, Worm, Alima. I love that I don't even have to work on Saturdays. I just inherit ranks. I just inherit all of ranks' hard work getting people watching Sudoku. It is glorious. Uh, but welcome everyone, and welcome to any of you who are new. I've been getting at least a few new people each time starting typing in chat. So if you've been lurking for a few streams and wondering if you should type in chat or not and aren't quite sure, today's the day. Help out in chat, chat with people, get to know people. I'd love to hear from you, in addition to greatly appreciating, of course, that you watch the stream, which is wonderful for us all. Also, I should say thank you to our patrons. We greatly appreciate the support they give us. It helps a lot with various zetamath related endeavors. Tristan and I have been hard at work on the math channel side of zetamath. So if you weren't aware, I should mention that we do have a math channel as well, where we do videos about the math behind the Riemann hypothesis. So if you're at all interested in that and you haven't gotten enough of my voice yet, you can go see that. And that has very high production values, courtesy of Tristan, who does all of the complicated animations for it. It is delightful, and most of the work is him. So I encourage you to go look at him. And welcome Eleventicles and Mega Lamb, Tom, Josh, people who snuck in since I started talking, Russ. You can absolutely fall asleep to the math videos. No one will judge you. Views are views. YouTube won't know that you're asleep. Hey, Atlas, welcome. Welcome, Riff Clown. Can already see 3 digits. Okay, so let's read the rules to grkles puzzle. By the way, if you have not yet subscribed to the stream, and you're at all contemplating subscribing to the stream, please do. We're ticking ever closer to 900, which is, of course, 100 short of 1,000, which is where YouTube considers us a real person. So greatly appreciated if you could subscribe. Also, liking the stream helps, because if you like the stream, it helps more people find the stream, which is, I assume, a part of how we go about finding more people and having more people show up and all that good stuff. Okay, so if you are relatively new to the stream, you might not know that a month or so ago, I set a challenge to have people make puzzles with no 5s in them. And I didn't really specify other than it had to be a Sudoku with no 5s. And then we did a couple streams. In fact, I think it took 3 total streams to do all the puzzles that people made. Except, of course, we haven't done all of them, because there's one in front of us now. This one sort of fell through the accounting cracks, so to speak. So this one was done in time, and there was no deliberate attempt. I mean, I don't think grkles can possibly feel that there is an attempt on the stream to hide his puzzles from the world, since we do. I think grkles is the most featured setter on this stream, actually, I would guess. I could be wrong. But anyway, we're going to do grkles puzzle, which we have not done yet. So we have to do this Fiveless puzzle. So let's read the rules carefully. Let me make sure they actually show up on screen for you at this moment. So normal Sudoku rules apply. Well, mostly, it says. However, all the 5s have been replaced by some other digit. And so there will be exactly 1 number repeated in each row, column, and box. Digits may still not repeat in a cage, and the sum of the digits in a cage is in the top left corner of the cage. grkles, can you clarify, has every 5 been replaced with the same digit? Or are 5s replaced by different digits depending on which 5 it is? I will await to see, because Now, the nice thing about this puzzle is that at least the digits can't repeat in cages, so I don't have to relearn everything I've ever learned about killer cages. So, for example, okay, so it is like Kajito, and so zeros or no zeros, grkles? Because it says digit, and 0 is a digit, so I wanted to double check on that as well. But here are some things I know about killer cages that are not affected by this. No zeros. Okay, so I have no zeros. We repeat a digit in every row, column, and box. Might be a different digit. Who knows? And so I do know that... One second, I'm going to sneeze. There we go. Okay, now I'm back. I know the only way to make a total of 17 in 2 cells is with an 8 and a 9. And even better, because there's a 9 here. Nope, ignore me. Even better, because there's a 9 here. I know absolutely nothing. Could be anything. I know that if you're making 6 and 3, it's with 1, 2, 3. I know if you're making 24 in 3, it's with 7, 8, 9. Yes, more fivelessness. I know if you're making 23, it's 6, 8, 9. Let's see. Do I know anything else? I know if I'm making 7, it's 1, 2, 4. Nicholas saw it right as I was starting to explain it. Yeah, there's a lot of cages. It's pretty rare that you get this many cages, but of course we have this many cages, but also we don't have rules. Let's see, the 12 cage. Is the 12 cage... The 12 cage is not quite interesting. The 12 cage, we know things that have to be in it. Like I know it has to have a 1 and a 2, but it could be 1, 2, 3, 5, or it could be 1, 2, 4, 5. Sorry, it could be 1, 2, 3, 6, or 1, 2, 4, 5. So it definitely has a 1 and a 2 in it. This 8 cage definitely has a 1 in it. Let's see. Megalam tells me I actually know what a 34 cage is. Let's see, 34 and 5. Right, 35 and 5 would be the maximum. So the general trick in your head, if you've not seen this before, is that if you think what's the maximum 5 digits could add to, that would be 35. 34 is 1 less than 35, so you have to do the maximum, which would be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That adds to 34, except you need to be 1 less than that. So replace the 5 with a 4, and that's the only way you can do it. Okay, now thank you for noticing that. I definitely would not have gotten to the 34 cage for a bit. And so I believe that gives us a 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 sextuple in the column. Ye old 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 sextuple. And so because lately I've been doing a lot of puzzles where digits repeat, I know that the 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 sextuple means there is a repeat in here, and so there is no repeat outside of there. Oh, also, I'm dumb already. The 12 cage. There aren't 5s in this puzzle. So when I said there's 2 ways to make 12, one of the ways that I said there is to make 12 involved using a 5. So this is actually 1, 2, 3, 6. And similarly for 8, the 8s are normally doable in 2 ways, but you're not allowed to use a 5, so you have to use a 1, 3, 4. So we have to actually be very careful here about making sure that when I use the things I know about killer cages, that I use them correctly. So here's one thing. So as I said, the 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. C is already contains the repeat, so these aren't 4. So those are a 1, 3 pair. That is 4. And we should be able to just write this digit in, which is going to be a 2, because we don't have a 2 in the column. And then we've got everything else. Okay. Now, people are telling me I have a thing going on in this box, which, yes, I have a 1, 2, 3, 6 quintuple. Okay, and just to explain the logic of this, because I sort of glanced over this as though you would just naturally get this, which you wouldn't unless you've watched every stream I've ever done. But the logic here is this. These 5 cells are chosen from 4 digits. And so that means that no matter how it's done, these repeat a digit. And by the rules, I'm only allowed to repeat 1 digit inside this whole box. And so, for example, I know that these 2 digits are not a 6. Are not a 6. Because if I made one of these 2 a 6, then I would actually have 6 digits in the box from only 4 digits. And that does not work. Also, if you're new to the channel, you may not know that when we get our first digit, we usually dance for it. Sometimes we wait a little bit, but today I'm feeling like it's dance day. We're starting to get to spring, at least around me. Apologies for those of you who that means we're starting to get to fall, because no one likes that. But here it's spring, so we're in prime dancing weather. Let's see. So now this digit's a write-in and is a 7. Nicholas sees that as well. Let's see. We know there is a 6 in one of these cells because we need a 6 in the cage, and so this digit is not a 6. I don't know if that's oh, there's some debate in chat. We already have some contention. Some people say they like fall. In fact, Worm is going so far as to say that fall is better than spring, which is a very strange belief. But I will respect Worm's privilege to choose his own season preferences. Let's see. This 19 cage is probably done, right? Because what are the ways to make? I need to make 12 now. Oh, I guess I could use 9 and 3. Yeah, I didn't actually rule anything out because I ruled out quote unquote 5 and 7, but there is no such thing. Let's see here. Where else did I miss using the fact that we don't have a 5 to fill something in? That's probably the next question to ask. I will say one thing I really like about this puzzle is that the... Oh, this column. There we go. Okay. No, that doesn't work. I can't count. Why did I highlight the 4? What did that do? Don't ask. Let's see. The 22 in box 1. Okay, so... the 22 in box 9... Or sorry, in box 1 that Carl points out can't have both an 8 and a 9 in it. So it's got to have an 8 or a 9. If it only had an 8 and no 9, the most it could be is 876, which is only 21. So this definitely has a 9. And it has a 9 followed by 2 digits that add to whatever 22 minus 9 is. 22 minus 9 is 13. And so I need to make 13 and 2 without using an 8 or a 9. So the only way to do that is a 6 and a 7. So this is a 6, 7, 9 cage. Thank you, Carl, for spotting that. And so now that gives us a 4-digit quintuple. And so our 4-digit quintuple now tells us there's no repeats in the rest of the cage. So the rest of the cage is 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no, just 1, 2, 3, 4. I said that like there was going to be more, but that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4 are the only things that have not appeared. Okay. All right. Oh, let's see. Carl says there's no 4. Oh, that's right, because 12 and 4, we established this. 12 and 4 is only doable in one way. We just then forgot. 12 and 4 is only 1, 2, 3, and 6. So that is the 6. Normally, 12 and 4 is done in 2 ways. 1, 2, 3, 6, and 1, 2, 4, 5. But what's that thing I said? It's not a thing. And so we get to place this 6 here. The 2-cell 12 in box 4, says Ambrose. Let's see, the 2-cell 12 in box 4. Okay, so what could it be? It looks to me like it could be 3-9 or 4-8. I don't see, why can't this be 3-9 or 4-8? I'm probably missing something. Uh, all right, so the 4 in box 1 says nickel. Welcome, nickel, by the way. 4 in box 1. Yes, 4 in box 1, because remember, we already have our repeat in box 1. Our repeat in box 1 is in these 5 cells, and so this can't be a repeat, so it has to be a 4. Great spot, nickel. So this is now 21 in 3. There's lots of options for that, unfortunately. Let's see. This is 17 in 4. That's got lots of options. So, nickel, that's a great idea that when I did my first puzzle like this, I really wanted to do. The problem is that when you say color the digits that can't be a repeat, there's 3 different places a digit can repeat. And so a digit could repeat in a row, but not in the box, or in the column, but not in the row, or whatever. So there's not a quote-unquote canonical answer to the question, which of these digits is the repeat? And so, unfortunately, although when I first did the Cogito's puzzle was the first one of this that I looked at, when I first did a puzzle like this, I started by trying to color, like, could this be the repeat or not? But I think it turns out to not actually work, surprisingly enough. Oh, let's see. Russ is interested in the 14 cage. Do I have a 14 cage? Ah, yes. Okay, so the 14 cage. So not 5-9, and could be 6-8 or 7-7, but it's not 7-7. So yes, so this has to be 6-8, right? Good spot, Russ. The because 5s are gone, this is only 6-8. So what about the 6 and 9 in column 2? I'm not sure that does me any good yet. It's close. But I'm sort of like, why was that not 7? Why was what not 7? Oh, is your answer why this wasn't 7 and 7? The answer as to why this is not 7 and 7 is because in this puzzle, and this is not at all your fault, this is Penpa's fault, the rules specifically say that digits can't repeat within cages, but because it's Penpa, that those rules can't appear on the screen. And so it is not at all your fault to be asking why not 7-7. All right. Not quite down here, I'm afraid. I can fill in, I do know that these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. That's probably a wise thing to have filled in, because I do see I'm collecting some low digits. Yeah, Ranks Guy looked at it and thought about doing that, and then I decided I was feeling lazy, so I didn't. But it would have been a smart idea. Certainly would have made my stream like more viewable and user-friendly if I had screenshotted the rules and then put them a little above my head. But I didn't. This 18 and 5 is interesting. 18 and 5. What's the minimum for 5? Isn't 18 the minimum for 5? Because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 6, 7. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 is the minimum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 is only 16, though. Okay, so this is a smidge above the minimum. Uh, okay, let's see. The Elevatical says this 25 is very restricted. Okay, so I need these 3 digits to add to 21. 987 would be 24. Let's see. What if I try not to use a 9? Then I could do 876. So yeah, these digits all have to be big. Let's see. Okay, so people in chat are telling me this 18 actually is as restricted as I thought it would. Because, let's see, Tom is saying, for instance, this has to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. So let's say I tried to make it work otherwise without a 5. Okay, why can I not make 18 without a 5 in any way other than 1, 2, 3, 4, 8? What's the easy proof of that? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 is the minimum. And then I need to increase 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 by 2. And so I could do that by increasing the 6 by 2. I can't do it by increasing the 4 by 2, because then that would repeat the 6. And I can't do it by increasing the pair of 3 and 4 by 1, because it would repeat the 5. Okay. So yes, I agree. Those are all the ways to do it. Or Ben in chat has a different way to see it, which is to say, imagine you don't use 1, 2, 3, and 4, then you have to use at minimum 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, and that's already 19, which is probably a much easier and better way to prove it than the way I did it. But anyway, these are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. That is the punchline of all of that. And so that is not a quad, or sorry, that is not a, that's not quite a quad. We're close. Close to a quad, as they say. Okay. Oh, let's see. Okay, now Russ says now this 25 cage is running into a similar problem. What if we do use a 9? So then we'd have, what is 21 minus 9? 21 minus 9 is 13. And so the question would be, can I make 13 in 2 cells here? So I could not do 4, 9. Wait, that doesn't sound right. What did I do? Okay. Sorry. 21 minus 9 is not 13. 21 minus 9 is 12. Better. So the question is, if I put a 9 in this cage somewhere, can I make 12 in 2? So I could not do 9 and 3. I could not do 4 and 8. I could not do 5 and 7. So right. Okay, so this cage can't have a 9 in it. That is a fantastic spot, Russ. That would have taken me a while. So actually 876 is the only way to make this cage fill out, owing to this 4 and the lack of 5s. The repeated digit is not the same throughout the puzzle changeable. The repeated digit is changeable. This, by the way, this is fantastic setting. Finding all of these cages that become interesting when you magically remove 5s is very interesting. Let's see. In the 23 cage, Ambrose is telling me a digit, which means I get to play the hardest part of Killer Sudoku, which is find the 23 cage. There we go. Here is the 23 cage. Thank you. Okay, so that is a 6. We have successfully found the 23 cage. Okay. 23 cage get, as they say. Okay. Might be in row 6, column 9. Who knows? Okay. Let's see. JLab says row 9, column 6. Can't be a 2, or else you repeat the 2 in the cage. Right. Can't be a 2, because I know there's a 2 over in these 3 cells, so this can't be a 2. Good catch. So we have a kind of 1-3 pair, except not. Uh, let's see. Nickel wants me to do math in box 4, which is a little frightening. So what is the total sum of all of these things? So that's 12, 24, 33, 39. So what is the sum of a box in this puzzle? The sum of a box in this puzzle is anywhere between 37 at the lowest and 49 at the highest. Oh boy, I think this might be below. This might be above my pay grade. Let's see. Sorry. There's an easy way to do this. I replace the 5 in 45 with another digit. I get 40 the other digit. So yeah, so we get between 41 and 49. Yes. So between 41 and 49. So yeah, so those are 24. These are 15. So that's 39. And so these two digits sum to something between yes, and it can never be 45. So they sum to something between 2 and 12. Sorry, 2 and 10? 2 and 10. Somewhere between 2 and 10. Okay. I do think that whole 45 business is useful to note, because I bet we are going to have to do that, because it does put a little pressure on what the digits in this box can be. Yes, this is the grkles Fiveless puzzle, which has been an absolute delight so far. I'm curious, grkles, when you set this, had you yet seen all of the other puzzles that would later transpire that repeated digits in rows and columns? Because that has turned out to be a common theme, but I'm not sure if this was like a parallel evolution or if it was a matter of inspiration. Go back to 7 in row 4. There are no 5s in this puzzle, to the person who said I need a 1, 3, 5 in row 1. It took me a really long time to figure out why it was possibly not correct. Hey, Awila, welcome. Let's see. Alima says, go back to 7 in row 4 is in box 6. 7 in row 4. Okay, so we're not talking about the 7 cage. We're talking about the digit 7. The 7's not here. Smart. Okay, so the 7 is over in one of these two cells for the row. One of these two cells is a 7. Amusingly, it could still be this one. Okay, so one of these is a 7. One of these is a 7. Oops. Sorry, I'm in the wrong mode. One of these is a 7. There we go. 8th time's the try, as they say. Let's see. Huila says the 19 is forced. Where is the 19? Okay, so these need to sum to 17 and 4. Can both be 7. In this instance, maybe both of them can be 7. Let's see. So 17 and 4. Oh, let's see. So grkles says, where's the 9 in box 2? Oh, good point. I haven't pencil marked a 9 in box 2. That's genius. Okay. So there does have to be a 9 in one of these two digits. And as soon as there has to be a 9 in there, I'm now looking for these 3 digits to sum to some number that I will be able to calculate soon. I believe it is 8, because 2 plus 9 is 11, and so then I need to make 8. And remember, I can't use a 5, or for that matter, a 2. So this is a 9, oops, So this is a 9, 1, 3, 4. Beautiful, beautiful spot by Huila there. These are not the 9. These are from 1, 3, 4. Okay, so now this column, I have a 1, 2, 3, 4 quintuple. So I have the duplicate for the column in one of these places, which means actually I get a digit that this is a 6, because it can't be 1, 2, 3 anymore. This can't be 4 or 6. It's 7, 8, or 9. This also has to be 7, 8, or 9, just to make the column work out, because remember, again, I have my 1, 2, 3, 4 quintuple, and so then I need every other digit in the column. And so the other digits are 6, 7, 8, and 9. There we go. Okay, that was very cool. What else can we do? Let's see. I did place this 6, so these aren't 6 anymore, or in the corner either. So yeah, those are 1, 2, 3. Got it. Okay. Let's see. Row 1 needs 1 and 3, so the 9 is placed in box 2. Wait, why can't I put them here? Let's see. Row 4, column 6 is not a 2, says Garion. The 2 in that cage is also in box 2. Right, good point. Okay, so where is the 2 in box 2? It only goes in this cage. So this is not a 2, because remember, I can't repeat digits in cages. Okay, so yes, that's not a 2. Let's see. Okay, 1, 3, 4, 8, 9. Do I have a 1, 3, 4? Yes. Okay, I have a 1, 3, 4, 8, 9 sextuple in row 1. And so the fact that I have a 1, 3, 4, 8, 9, 3, 4, 8, 9, yes. That's a 1, 3, 4, 8, 9 sextuple. That tells me I have my repeat. And so these are a 6, 7 pair. I suppose I could also have said that as these are a 6, 7 hidden pair in the row. That probably would have been slicker, but what can I say? I'm not used to doing these puzzles. So now by the cage logic, this is an 8. Does that get me anything? Almost, but not quite, I'm afraid. Okay, let's see. 7 in column 6. That's a good point. I only have one place for a 7 in column 6 somehow. It's a bit of a mystery. Great spot. I'm going to put a Q there. You can debate the mystery. Why it's a Q. Okay, so that's a 7, so that's an 8. Okay, that was an amazing spot, Garion. There was a hidden 7 in this column, which immediately gives us the 8, which is huge, because we also have an 8 up here. So 8 is the repeated digit in this column. I can remove all the 8s from the column. But also I know there's no more repeated digits in the column, so Sudoku in this column actually works kind of like normal life. Yes, the hidden Q in column 6. What do I add to Q to get 15 is always the question. That's always the one I forget in my times tables. Okay, so now that removed an 8 from this cell. Is that useful? No, not quite. But it should do to get us somewhere. Let's see. In column 5, the 13 has a 9 in it, says Nickel, and Nickel is right. Wait, why couldn't the 9 go down here? Okay. This is a 7, 8, 9 quadruple. So this can't be an 8. So the box has a 7, 8, 9 quadruple. So this is a 6, and that's an 8. I can at least do that. Let's see. Okay, so, and also this is a 7, 8, 9 quad, so I can't repeat the 6, 7, 8, or 9. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. All of them. Which is good, because 1, 2, 3, 4 has been showing up a lot. Am I again one cell away? Yeah, I'm again one cell away because I have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 quintuple, but that is unfortunately the number of digits that are supposed to be there, like in an ordinary world. Okay, well, this is in an 11 cage, so it can't be a 1. Let's do that. So if this were a 2, that would be a 9. If this were a 3, that would be an 8. And if this were a 4, that would be a 7. So this cell is always a 7, 8, or 9, just by sort of continuing along the journey of this 11 cage through its life. Not sure how much this has helped just yet, but I have a good feeling about this. Let's put it that way. Let's see. Let's see. Ben says this cell can't be 1 or 3. Let's look carefully and see why that is. Because the 1 and 3 in row 1 have to be in these 3 cells. So the 1 and 3 in row 1 are in one of these 3 cells. So therefore this can't be 1 or 3, or I'd repeat the 1 or the 3 within the box. This is a really genius way to sort of dip your toe into this rule set. I really enjoy, I'm really enjoying this puzzle. Okay, do I want to write down the possibilities for these? So it's not 5, 7. So it could be 4, 8. And if it's not 4, 8, then it's 3, 9. That was a lot more possibilities than I would have preferred, I'm going to be honest. 6 in column 4 is restricted, says Alima. It could go... Oh, sorry, that's not column 4. That is the wrong column. Okay, let's count to 4 correctly. Yes, 6 can only go there or there in column 4, it looks like to me. Let's see. Row 3, column 8 is not a 7, because the 7 in the cage has to be in the right-hand column for the column. Yep. Agree. Just like with Ben's point up here, Garion has the point over here that I need the 7 in column 9. It needs to be in here, so this digit's never a 7, which brings this down to an 8, 9. I forget what's happening with duplicates. Oh, yes, okay. In this column, remember, we have our duplicate amongst these cells. So this is an honest 8, 9 pair, which actually means we get to place a 7 there. Okay, so we've got a digit. Excellent. Does that digit help? That is always the next question, which I'm always a little bit afraid to ask. Okay. 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 is 5. Okay, so this is a 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 sextuple. So because this is a 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 sextuple, this contains the repeats. So there are no other repeats in the row. So this is not a 4 and 8. And this cell is not 4, 6, 7, 8, or 9, which is to say it's 1, 2, or 3. let's see. Russ says row 4, column 7 is not 7 anymore. Right. Gorgeous. Okay, so now remember, one of these two had to be 7 by our pencil marks. Because we placed the 7 in this cage, it ruled the 7 out of here. Good spot, Russ. This now becomes a 7. So none of these are 7 because they share a cage with it. Alrighty. Do I know enough about this box? Not quite yet. Almost. I almost know enough about this box. Let's see. Oh, row 2, column... No. Row 2, column 7... if I put the 1 in here, then just by killer cage logic, this is Jaleb's point, that would make these two sum to 8, which would make these two sum to 16. But the only way to make 16 is 7 and 9, which I can't do because I've already used a 7. That is a great spot. Okay, so this is not 1. So this is only 2 or 3. Now 3 and 10... sum to 3 and 10 sum to 14. So the smallest digit 3 and 10 sum to 10. So these need to sum to at least 14. The smallest digit I can use in a 14 sum is a 6. So these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. And they're not 7 actually. They're from 6, 8, 9 because there's already a 7 in the box, you see. So I can fill in at least those candidates for these digits. There's 6, 8, 9. Hidden 7 in row 3. How about that? Nice spot to J. Hidden 7 in row 3. 7 in row 3 only goes here. So these are not 7. Okay, so these are a 6, 9 pair. I don't know anything about where the repeat is in row 2 yet, do I? I don't think so. Let's see. Yazan says 1, 2, 4 triple in row 4. Yes, but the rules of this puzzle are a little bit more complicated. I'm allowed to repeat a digit. So I actually, in order to eliminate something in this puzzle, I'd need a 1, 2, 3, or I'd need a 1, 2, 4 quadruple. Let's see. 6 and 9 repeat in column 2. Gorgeous. Okay, yes. Perfect. Worm will be happy. So there's a repeat amongst these 3 cells. So this cell cannot be a 9. It is an 8, and that's a 9. Let's see. What about this row? Do I know what's going on in this row now? Yeah, I guess not helpfully. Let's see. Nicholas asks, so do we have a 6 in the 24 box? Let's see. If there were no 6 here, then these would be then these would sum to 17, which already is too much. Okay, yes, so that's a good spot. One of these two digits is definitely a 6. Let's see, box 3 repeats 6, 8, 9. Do I know that there's not a 4 in one of these two cells? Let's see. In row 2, I'm told I know something about the honest the honest cells. Okay, where is my... okay, so there's my 4, 6, 8, 9 quintuple. So the lyre is in there. Does that tell me something? I think I'm missing some piece of logic there. Let's see. Can place 6 in row 9. So the 6 in row 9 is definitely in one of these two cells, and we'll think about which one it is in just a second. We know it's not in this column, because in this column, remember, we're already repeating either the 6 or the 9. So the 6 in row 9, good spot, Carl, is there. So the remaining digits of this box need to add up to 19. Can the 24 cage have an 8? Let's see. If this were 6 and 8, then this would be 3, and it would work. What's wrong with this being 6 and 8 and this being a 3? Am I somehow breaking the column repetition or something, Nicholas? All right. Can I rule this cell out of being 8? Sadly, I don't think so. Good point, Basti. The 1 in box 3 is over here in row 1. And so that means this digit can't possibly be a 1. Very good spot. Okay, let's fill in the rest of column... let's fill in the rest of column 2 while we're at it. Hey, Jessica, welcome. So remember, we have a 6, 9 that repeats. So we cannot use 6, 8, or 9. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 7 is what these digits are coming from. Now... all that tells me is this digit is definitely repeating one of these over here, which is not immediately useful. Yeah, that's not immediately useful. Do I know anything about this digit? No. Let's see. Now the 1 from box 2 eliminates the 1 from row 4, column 6, says Basti. Yes, good point. Okay, now that is beautiful. Okay, Basti is really all over this. The 1 in box 2 now is only in the 18 cage, so this is not a 1. Okay. So I think the claim, going back to Nicholas's claim from earlier, I think the claim is that if I put an 8 here, this becomes impossible. So I want to think about what the possibilities are here again. The possibilities for this 19 cage are that it is either 3 and 9 or 4 and 8 go here. And so I think the claim before was that if I tried to put an 8 here, then this would be a 6, 8. That would be a 3 in order to make that work out. 6, 8, and 3. And so now, now this always has the repeat digit. But I still get a repeat in this column. I don't know where the repeat is. Because if I have 3, 6, 8 here, I could do 3, 9, in which case I repeat the 3, or I could do 4, 8, in which case I repeat the 8. But I don't see immediately why either of those is a problem. Uh, where's 9 in row 8 and row 9? Oh, okay. So in row 8, the 9 has not yet appeared. So the 9 can only possibly appear in one of these two cells. Question, can the 9 really go in the 12 cage? It would require a 1-2 pair, but I don't immediately see a problem with that. But now where is the 9 in box 8? The 9 in box 8 is definitely in one of these two cells. And so this digit's never actually a 9, owing to what we'll call Basti logic, since Basti is the one who keeps seeing this. By the way, let me know if it's actually Basti or some other combination. I just went with something. Where's the 9? These would be a 1-2. I don't see that breaking immediately, which irks me, but seems to be the world in which we live. See, maybe I should ask what happens if the 9 goes here. If the 9 goes here, those two sum to 15, so these two need to sum to 10. There's no way that every way of making 10 is broken, is there? If this is a 9 and a 6... so that would break 1, 9, but I don't see any reason it couldn't be 2, 8. Yeah, I think it could be 2, 8, or 3, 7, maybe, possibly. I think it could even be 3, 7 in multiple orders. Let's see. J40's idea about where row 4, column 6... goes in box 2 is neat and could be useful. Okay, that's a good question. Okay, where does this cell go? In box 2. And so the key here is this digit can't repeat in any of those places. So this digit in this box either goes up here, that is, it either just outright repeats, but if it does that, then it's definitely not a repeat in the column already, because it would repeat in the column, and that would be the repeat for the column. Or it's over here and is 6, 7, or 8. So, yeah. So, if this is going to be a 3 or a 4... then that means I have to repeat the 3 or the 4 within the column, which could be interesting. So row 3, column 6 can't be an 8. If this was an 8, then this would have to also repeat in the column. Okay, I agree. That is complicated, but I agree with Derek. If this was an 8, I've already repeated something in the column, and then by Jay's point, this would again repeat in the column, and then I'd have 2 repeats in this column, and that would just be silly. Let's see. Okay. Yazan says, I think we know the repeat is from 1, 3, 4 in column 8. Okay, let's look at column 8. We definitely know it is from... Oh, yeah, we definitely know it is from 1, 3, 4. I agree. So, yeah, so one of these is 2 for sure. Does that let us eliminate something? So row 3, column 6 isn't 2 either. Oh, same exact reasoning. If this was a 2, that repeats the 2 in the column. Wait, then why couldn't this just be 8? I think if this were a 2, this cell could just be 8. Oh, okay. If this is a 2, this being 8 would still work. Okay, got it. Okay, so this is not 2, because if this is 2, then by where's this in the box logic, this cell now has to be an 8, except it can't be. So yeah, so this cell's not a 2. That is complicated. Okay, so now Yujan is looking at box 5, row 4, and asking if we can rule 8 out of that, since we know the repeat is 1, 3, 4. I think we only know the repeat in this column's 1, 3, 4, right? I don't think we know what the repeat in this row is. Hey, Alex. Happy spring break. Let's see. We're in the middle of doing a lovely grkles puzzle with a little bit of mind bending on the side. Just a little bit. Nothing too bad. So far. That said, I'm getting a little stuck at this particular moment, but let's see. Okay. This column, we very much know the repeat. Is there any way I could use the fact that I know what the repeat is in this column? We only get, so here's an interesting point. We only get one more, 1, 2, 3, 4. So these, never mind. I was going to say these can't both be from 1, 2, 3, 4, but there was never any risk of these both being from 1, 2, 3, 4. Penciling in the remaining cages. Okay, so let's pencil in the remaining cages. Okay, so this is from 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. No, sorry, there's no 3 or 5. Don't worry, those are not real things. This is either 1, 7 or 2, 6. This is not 5, 7, so it's either 4, 8 or 3, 9. Hello, Alex's brother. Let's see. So yeah, if this were 3, 9, it would repeat the 9, and hence would place a 3 here. If this were 4, 8, would seemingly not do anything, to the best of my ability to determine it. Okay, do we have other cages that we wish to mark up? Not that I can see immediately. Let's see. Can this not be 9? Let's see. Ben says in the 13 cage, the other digits sum to 4, 5, 6, or 7. Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, we have 2 times 1, 2, 3, 4 in this cage, because we need another 1, 2, 3, 4 for the column. Yeah, so there's 2 1, 2, 3, 4s. Okay, good point. And so just by looking at it, the sum of 2 1, 2, 3, 4s is somewhere between 4 and 7. It's not 3. Why is it not 3? So let's see. So the oh, yes. If it were 3, then I would need the other digit to be a 10. Okay, got it. Yeah, and we can't use an 8 because we've already repeated the 8 in the column, so we can't repeat the 8 again. Okay. So yeah, okay. So let's look at this box math again, because people are talking about the box for someone. I think that's a smart thing to look at. Earlier we didn't quite know enough, but let's look at it now. Okay, so this is 24, 39. And the biggest we can possibly make the sum, remember, is 49. So if this was a 7, I guess we're just saying if this is a 7, this can't be a 4, which is not the most powerful deduction. Let's see. Gary says row 7, column 4 can't be a 3. Would put an 8 above it, which would force a 9 into the 13 cage. But you couldn't put a 1 or 3 in the box 8 cage. Okay. So if this is a 4, that's an 8, which now means that I need both a 9 and a 6 or a 7 in this cage. Because I need both 9 and 6 and 7 in this box. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. That's interesting, actually. I need to put both 6 and 7 in this box, and they both have to go in this area, but they can't both go in the 13 cage. Hey, Franco, welcome. So anyway, the point here was if this is a 3, this is an 8, and that definitely causes this box to break. So if this is a 3, this is not a 3, that's not an 8. Let's see, if this is a 2, this is a 9. This has to be a 6 or a 7. Maybe the question is, what if this is not 6 or 7? If this is not 6 or 7, then I still have to fit. Yeah, I guess then this has to be 7. I put a 6 in here and a 1, 2, 3 or something like that. Let's see. Mega Lamb says 1 and 2 can't be in row 9, column 2. Sorry, row 9, column 2. Because if it were 9, 8, there would be 2 repeats in column 1. Okay, so if this were 1, these would sum to 1 and 6, and these would need to total 18, which is just not possible. So this is definitely not 1. And then if this were 2, these would total 8. I would need these to total 17. They would be an 8-9 pair. That 8-9 pair would pair up with a 9 to give us our repeat for the column. So these would be 1, 2, 3, 4. And this would be 7. Oh, sorry. So the 12 cage would be 3 plus 4. And famously, 3 plus 4 is not 12. So yes, so if this is a 2, these are an 8-9 pair, and this 12 cage now is 3 plus 4. So this is not 2 either. Good spot, Mega Lamb. 2 in row 9. Sorry, I don't know why I picked that row. 2 in row 9. Good point by Barbie. Now this is a hidden single 2 in row 9, so that's a 2. This is not a 2, so that is big. I mean, potentially big at least. Is this one of the columns where I know something about the state of the universe? I fear not. Let's see. Adam thinks row 3, column 4 as an 8 would force a second repeat in column 6. Let's see. If this is an 8, then of course these are from 1, 3, 4 each. That would be from 1, 3, 4. So that would be my 1, 3, 4 triple. And then these would be from 3, 4, 9. I don't quite see it. I by my count, I'd get exactly the right number of repeats, but I'm probably missing something, Adam. Let's see. Is this a row I know anything about? See, go back to box 5. You have to play 6, 7, and 9. Yeah, that was the thing I was. Yeah, okay, so that's a good point. Okay, so here's a good way to frame the thing I was trying to frame before, and did not quite get there on. But grkles and Carl are now framing it in the correct way, which is I need to play 6, 7, and 9 in this box. How many of them can go in the 13 cage? Well, only one of them. And so this cell has to be a 6 or a 7. So this is not a 6 or a 7. It is a 1 or a 2. And in particular, there is a 6, 7, or 9 in this cage, for whatever that's worth. Let's see. 6 would go with 2 and 4. 7 would go with... Wait. No. 7 would go with 2 and 4. 6 would go with... I don't know if it's worth exhausting all of the possibilities at the moment. Okay, does this 1, 2 shed light on anything? So that's a 1, 2, a 2, a 1, 2, 3. Close. Nicholas says, so row 4, column 3 is a 2. I don't see it yet. Let's see. Okay, so let's see. Okay, sorry. So Thomas is 8 in a 12 cage in box 9. 8 in a 12 cage in box 9. Wait, I'm confused. What's my maximum sum in box 4 now? There's a link at the top, Franco. Yeah, sorry about that. Penpa's not super huge fan of that. Okay, so grkles is now encouraging me to do the trick I've wanted to do ever since someone suggested it, and I thought it was genius, which is to try and find the sum. Okay, so these sum to 24, 39. So the absolute maximum digit, if these sum to 24 and 39, The absolute maximum these could sum to is 6. So the absolute maximum this box sums to is 45, which means the repeated digit in this box is 1, 2, 3, or 4. And because the repeated digit is 1, 2, 3, or 4, these are not 9. That is gorgeous. I really like that. Okay, so those are not 9. Let's see. Oh, and since they're not 9, they're not 3 either. So this is a 4-8 pair. It could be the 4 that I repeat, I believe, because I said 45 was the maximum. The maximum, why is it the maximum SPQ? It's because if I take 12 plus 12, that's 24, plus 15, that's 39, and then these could be 4 and 2, that would be 45. It's for this box specifically. The maximum for a general box is 49. But this box is much lower, and because of this box having a much lower maximum sum, that means that we learn something about what the repeated digit is. So, interestingly, if this is a 4, then the repeated digit is 4. So if this is a 4, then this has to be a 2. Weird. Okay. So 9 in row 4 now suggests Abed, and I agree. 9 in row 4 is now placed here. So this is not a 9. Okay, and in fact now I need my 24 cage to work out. So this is 7 and 9, total to 16. So I need these two to total to 8. Yes, I need these two to total to 8. Well, one of them can't be 8 if I need them to total to 8. So that's 6 and 2. Because you can only repeat one digit in a box, Mega. Okay, so the 2 here is now the repeat in this box for whatever that is worth. The 2 is also the repeat in this column now, so I think we might be making progress. So these aren't 9, and as soon as those aren't 9, these aren't 3 either. So this is now a 4-8 pair. Remember, the 2 is the repeat in the column, so I can't repeat the 2 up here. And so we've got our 4-8 here. We don't know the repeated digit in this box just yet. Let's see. What else did we do? We did place a 6 in this row. Yeah, we've talked at great length about where row 4, column 6 goes in box 2, and the answer is it either is up here or it repeats in the column. But unfortunately, I don't think that gives us any eliminations. Good point from Carl. I need both a 7 and a 3 in these cells, because I don't have a 7 or a 3 pencil marked. And if I know that I need a 7 and a 3 in my 3-cell 12 cage, then I know I also need a 2. So these digits are 2, 3, 7. Which tells me that this digit can't be a 4. And I'm going to walk through that just a bit slowly because of the confusion about this. So the maximum this cage could sum to was 45. Oh, no, sorry, no. It would need to be 44, and it could be 44. If this is a 4, this needs to be a 1, which is actually exactly how the world is supposed to work. Never mind. Okay. Does it work if these are 1 and 4? Yeah, I guess I can just check. Of course it works. I don't have to think about the sum anymore at all. If it's 1 and 4, then I'm only repeating the 4. It's never 2 and 4, though, I guess, is one thing I can say. So, yeah, whatever. let's see. Chester says row 1, column 8 probably can't be 4. So let's see where that is coming from. I don't see it yet. The total for a row, column, or box will never be exactly 45. That's correct. It will always be 41 through 49, where the unit digit is the digit that replaced the 5. Oh, I already have a repeat in box 3. I do already have a repeat in box 3. I'm trying to figure out. Oh, so because I have a repeat in box 3, I can remove those 6s. And now, because I have a repeat in box 3, I have an honest 489 triple, which lets me remove the 4. Okay. Yeah, I was not going to get there from just mentioning the cell, but yes, I agree. Okay, thank you for that help. So this is a 489 triple. So this is a 3, 4, or a 9. Oh, but this is not a 3 anymore because there's a 3 in the cage. So this is a 4, 9 pair. That 489 pair is in the cage, so this is a 6. And that's huge, because now we've got 2 6s both in this box and this column. Actually, maybe it's not actually all that useful. It looked like it was going to be useful. I was optimistic, briefly, that it was going to be useful. Okay, so now once this is a 6, this can't be a 6 anymore. Because if this digit's a 6, and this is just gorgeous, if this digit's a 6, this digit's a 2, and then I repeat both the 6 and the 2. And I can't repeat both. I can only repeat 1. So that's the 7. Now, within this box, that's right. I needed to put a 6, 7, and a 9, and I know I can't put 2 of them here. And if I repeated the 7, I would have to put both of them there. So that's a 9. So that's a 2. Let's see. Okay, so that's good. Okay, so what do I do with the 2 here? Maybe not anything. 13 cage is 6, 3, 4. Okay, so the 13 gauge definitely has a 6 in it, I can say with confidence. And once it has a 6 in it, the other 2 digits need to add to 7. Can't be 616, can't be 625, because what's that? So it's 634. Good point. So this is 634. And so this digit's just 3 or 4. Very good spot to Barbie, I think. Let's see, 3, 4, 6. Okay, and now I have my 3 and 4 for the column. Remember, the repeat in this column is an 8. So that makes this a 7, which makes this a 6. That being a 7 makes that a 9. This isn't a 3 or a 4. This isn't a 4. So that is all well and good. Yeah, that really cleaned up that column a great deal. This 9 can't repeat in the cage, so that's not a 9. This is a 7, 8 pair for whatever that is worth. Let's see. Yeah, I still need a 9 in one of these 2 cells. Now that this is 3, 4, 7, maybe I should look at what happens if this is a 9, because I need these to add to 10 if this is a 9. So if this is a 9, this could not be a 4. This would just be a 3, 7 pair. I guess that's fine. 789 quadruple in box 8. Ah, right. 789 quadruple in box 8. Thank you, Mega Lamb. So I can't repeat anything in box 8 other than the 789. So this is not a 2. Now that in turn means the 2 is over in one of these two cells for the row. One of those is a 2. Yeah, this is a 1, 3, 4 triple. An honest 1, 3, 4 triple, I should specify. Let's see. Oh, darn, there's 2 places for 7 in this column, unfortunately. One in row 6, only one option. Yes, 1 in row 6 only has one option. Good point to Alima. That is a 1. These are not 1. Yeah, one of these has to be a 4. Let's see. Barbie asks if row 8, column 1 can be a 2. Probably not. I mean, that would make this really small. Because that would be... yeah, we sort of went over this earlier. If this were a 2, these would sum to 8. And then the remaining digits would need to sum to 17, which would be which would not be possible with the pencil marks that we have. Oh, row 4, column 6 finally does something? Ah, it can't be a 3 anymore. Excellent. We have ruled out a candidate, because remember, this digit has to appear in this box somewhere, and the only places it can appear are these. And none of those digits is a 3, so this can't be a 3. Okay, so I am glad we got at least one elimination out of that really cool observation that someone made that we have come back to a million bajillion times. And now 4 is the repeated digit in row 4. So that actually got us something. 4 is the repeated digit in row 4, so 2 is not. So this is a 3 and that's a 2. I'm so glad that that turned out to be useful eventually. that is very cool. So yeah, so that's 3. Okay. Yeah, all I know is it's a 4 or an 8. I don't think I know which of 4 and 8 it is. It gives us a 3 in the 13 cage. Ah, right. It also gives us a 3 in the 13 cage. Good point, because now I need a 3 in this box. Can't go there anymore, so this is now a 3-6 pair to finish off the box. And so this is a 4. Let's see. Row 3, column 6 can't be a 4. Let's see. There are 1, 3 triple in row 8. Ah, yes. This box, I don't know when this happened. We have a 7, 8 triple in this box. So I can't repeat anything other than 7 or 8. So this is not a 4, which then gives us a 1, 3 triple. So that's our repeats for the row. Good catch. So this is not a 1 or a 3, which means this is not a 2 or a 4. And these two cells have to come from 2, 3, 4, and 9. And this one, as established, is not a 2. Okay, and these cells, I guess, are less restricted. Oh, let's see. The 6 can't repeat in row 5? Let's see. Am I... 6 can't repeat in row 5, so it must be... Why can't it repeat in row 5? Am I, like, staring at a repeat? Oh, there's already a 2 repeated. Haha, yes. Okay, there's already a 2. It was very, very well hidden, we will say. We will claim. Now, where is 4 in row 6? 4 in row 6 now has to go there, so that's a 4, that's an 8. Yeah, somehow the black 2, just, they're invisible. These two 2s, 4 and an 8. This row... oh, I actually guess I don't know that this isn't an 8, do I? Maybe not. Let's see. For row 8, column 1 equals a 4, you would get repeats in column 1. Let's see. If this were 4 and 6, I would need these two to add to 15. So they would either be 7 and 8. So I would have to pick this to be 7 and this to be 8, but I can't. Or 9 and 6, except I can't pick this one to be 9 either, and I can't pick that one to be 9. Okay, I agree. Neither option for 15 with this being 4 works. So that cell's actually the 9. Well, it's a 9, at least. So that gives us a repeated 9 in the column, which you might think would do something. Let's see. So now these two digits need to add to 10. So this one's certainly not a 4 anymore. So this is a 3-7 pair. So did a little bit. I've got a 1, 2, 3, 7 triple. We know one of these is the 1. So we know that's not a 1. For whatever that is worth. Okay. There is an unfortunate 2, 3, 7 triple. Oh, there's a 2, 3, 7 triple, and this column already has a repeat between the 6 and the 9. And so there are no more 2, 3s, or 7s. And so as a result, this is 1 and 4. This row, remember, has a 1, 3 triple in it, so this can't be repeat. This can't repeat. It can't be 4 or 9, so it's a 2. Okay, so that means these two digits need to add to 10, which means that this digit needs to be 7 or 9 in order to make that work. Let's see, is one of those obviously impossible? Well, here's an interesting point. Whether it is 7 or 9, that is my repeat for this row. So this cell can't repeat in the row, so that means that's a 3 and that's a 7. Sorry, that's a 3 and that's a 7. This box now needs an 8, so that's an 8 and that's a 7. I don't think I have a repeat yet in this box. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I have everything. So this could be literally anything as things currently stand. Let's see. Scanning. 9 in column 3? No, 9 in column 3 is not restricted enough. Let's see. This column, I think I know the repeat. Yeah, this column I know the repeat. It's one of those. And so because one of those is the repeat, this is not a 7 anymore. Do I know the repeat in this column? I don't think so. I do need a 7 in column 1. And I think the only place for a 7 in column 1 is here. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I think that's the only place for a 7 in the column. So that's not a 7. 9s are repeated in column 1. For that happened at some point. Don't ask me when. Oh, probably when I put the 9 here, but we won't talk about it. So there's not a 3 also repeated in the column. So this is a 1, 2 pair, and that's a 3. let's see. So now this column, the repeat is one of the 6, 9 things. So the 3 doesn't repeat, so that's a 2, and that's a 3. Let's see, this column? What's going on in this column as far as repeats go? This is the only place for a 6 in this column, is that correct? Yes, this looks to be the only place for a 6 in this column. So that's a 6, that's a 9. So that being a 9, oh, that being a 9 didn't do anything. That being a 6, yeah, I can repeat the 1, 2, or 4 here. In fact, I have to repeat the 1, 2, or 4 here, so I have to place a 9 in the column. It has to go there. So that's a 9. This can be any of 1, 2, 4 as things currently sit, but I suspect we will know more about the world in a momentarily, because we seem to be getting lots of information at once now. This 4 or 9 is the repeat for the row. Let's see, I don't know anything about the repeat in this row. Okay, repeated 7 in column 4. Okay, I've got a repeated 7 in column 4. Good catch, Garion, Chester, a few other people. So we know there can't be any more repeats. So in particular, none of these are 2, because we already have a 2 in the column. I do need to place an 8, so that's going to be the 8. And I have a 1, 3 pair, so that's going to be the 4. So that's not going to be a 4. It's going to be a 1 or a 2. And this is going to be a 1, 2 pair. This 4... there needs to be a 1 in this box. The only place for a 1 in this box is here. So that's a 1. That's a 2. 2 was the last repeat in this this column. This column, column 5, has a repeated 8, so it can't have a repeated 2, so that's a 2. Sorry, so can't have a repeated 1, so that's a 2. I said that wrong. As soon as this was an 8, this cell had to be a 4. So this is not a 4. That's a 1, 3 pair. That 4 gives me the 4, 9 pair. Yeah, we've got our 1 and 3 in row 2. Okay. So where is the 4 in row 3? The 4 in row 3 is here. This is not a 4. So this is definitely the repeat for the row, because it's an 8 or a 9, which means this can't repeat, which means it's a 4. And that's a 9. Let's see, do I know the repeat in this row? Oh, well, I know I need a 9 in row 3, and the only place I'm getting a 9 in row 3 is there. So 9, that's an 8. I know I need a 1, but then whichever other digit I use, I'm going to repeat. So now this column again, this has a double 6, so I can't repeat anything else, so that's a 9 and that's an 8. This column, do I know anything about this column? No, I don't know anything about this column. I just know that this 1 or 3 is the repeat for the column. Likewise, this column. Oh, let's see. Where's the 3 in row 2, asks Barbie. That's a good question. So that's the 3 for row 2. Now I need a 1 for column 4. It's got to go there. Now I need a 3 for this box. Now the bottom row has 2 7s already, so that's got to be a 1, and that's a 3. This row... Is this row going to be the one I don't know anything about? Oh, no, this cage. The cage already has a 3, so that's a 1. This column, I've repeated the 2, so I can't repeat it again. So that gives me that cage. Let's see. And now we're almost there. This cage needs a 1. So now I've got the 1, 2, but I think I have no idea what this is yet. This row... this row doesn't have a 1 in it yet. So that's the 1, and that's the 2. Really nice puzzle. It did not feel like it took nearly as long as it did, because this took almost 2 hours to do. But really smooth, I thought, overall. There's very natural where to look. I think that I love this general idea of puzzle. I think that the one downside that this puzzle type suffers is that the last half to third of the puzzle, the scanning really bogs down, because once you know the repeats in each row and column and box, that's 27 sets of repeats that you have to keep track of in your head. And when you know about 8 of them, it's pretty easy to go through and go, oh yeah. But then once you sort of reach the end, it sort of bogs down when you're like, okay, I've got to keep track of the 20 sets of repeats that I know, and then it's a little harder. And so weirdly, these puzzles, I think, tend to get a little grindy at the very end, whereas they tend to be really awesome at the beginning. I don't know if there's anything that you can really do to obviate that problem at all. I'll have to think about it. But yeah, really nice problem, really nice setting. Yet another of these that I think would be really cool to see Simon or Mark do. Wait until Simon or Mark is mad at the other, and then submit this as a suggestion for one to play as a prank on the other. That's my suggestion. Alrighty. I'm going to take a real quick break, and then I'll be right back, and we will have more puzzles. Oh, we're going to play Guess the Next Puzzle. Guess the Next Puzzle is a really hard game on this stream. Because Guess the Next Puzzle involves thinking about, like, what puzzles has Zeta, like, written down somewhere that he will pull out based on a whim, based on whatever. This is the puzzle we're going to pull out. So this is 7 o'clock Entropy. I did an Entropic Lines puzzle the other day. I actually enjoyed the Entropic Lines puzzle I did the other day, which is by ZegreS. I enjoyed that one so much that I actually did a couple Entropic Lines puzzles off stream just because I was enjoying playing with it. So if you want to like know what is sort of like the in vogue thing in Zeta Land right now, it's Entropic Lines. We've moved on from S cells and now we're doing Entropic Lines. We'll do this. Okay, so how do entropic lines work? So entropic lines are sort of a weird combination of the sort of like high mid lowity thing from 159s with the sort of like parity alternation of whispers. I was noting that apparently we're not at a point yet where people have standardized the color of entropic lines. I'll politely say I preferred the other color of entropic line to this version of the color of entropic line, but we'll see. I know now that the people who really standardize these things are putting a lot of thought into what colors really stand out in contrast against each other for people who have issues with color, which is infinitely more important than my personal aesthetic preferences. But I would prefer something a little peachier if I were voting in this. All right, so the way these work is every string of 3 consecutive cells along an entropic line has to have a high digit, a low digit, and a medium digit in it. It doesn't care at all about the order, just one of these has to be high, that is one of them has to be 7, 8, 9, one of them has to be 1, 2, 3, and one of them has to be 4, 5, 6. And the not immediately obvious thing that does is if you imagine that, say, let's just say that boringly this was the middle, this was the high, this was the low, this actually forces a repeating pattern along the line. Because as soon as this cell is yellow, well, I need these 3 cells to have a purple digit, an orange digit, and a yellow digit. Well, those are a purple and an orange, so this is going to have to be yellow. And then now these 3 cells need to have a yellow, an orange, and a purple. Well, they've got a yellow and an orange. They need a purple. How about that? Better. And so you automatically inherit this structure where as soon as you color one piece, I did not count correctly. As soon as you color one piece, you actually get the rest of the coloring of the line for free. Okay, so just talking about it from a, like, why I like these from a design point of view. So you capture the sort of alternation and coloring joy of a whisper puzzle without the atrocious sort of like knives edge precision of whisper lines. Like whisper lines really are very unforgiving, which is part of what makes whisper puzzles cool. Like I watched Ranks do a whispers puzzle earlier with like 2 whisper lines in it. But this gives you a little more flexibility and also lets you color things in 3 colors. And in general, I'm a huge fan of any time you get to color things in 3 colors. Like I made a whole puzzle, the entire point of which was to encourage people to color it in 3 colors. That was Stingray, I think it was called. It is a puzzle with only length 3 renbans. But this is a very natural way to accomplish that. Also, there are other rules which I haven't read yet, so we're going to find out together what the other rules are. Digits joined by a gray dot must sum to 7. Digits joined by white dots must be consecutive. Okay, so white dots are just regular white dots, or kropka if you prefer. And gray dots mean sum to 7. So because these two sum to 7, we actually know that this digit has to be high, because I can't put a 7, 8, or a 9 on a digit that sums to 7. So this is a 7, 8, or a 9. And automatically, as soon as that happens, I know that this digit and this digit are also high by the logic we did in the example. This is also something, by the way, that I think is really cool about entropic lines, is that I've nailed down part of the coloring of this line, and I can use that to my advantage. But I haven't nailed down all of the coloring of this line as of yet. So that I also think is pretty cool. Okay. So, let's look. Do I have any other entropic lines? Yes, I have another entropic line where that's true. Neither of these can be high, so these are high. 7, 8, 9. Let's see. Do I have anywhere else? Yes, neither of these can be high. And remember, every string of 3 has to have a high in it, so that one's high. And so I can count along 3, count along 1, 2, 3, and those will be high as well. Not that one. I don't know why I selected that one. So these should all be high, if I did that right. I will at some point, I'm sure, do this wrong. Okay, so now these two can't be high. Same reason, so these are high. So these are 7, 8, 9. Now, let's see. So now look at this line. Where am I putting a high here? Oh wait, never mind. Sorry, I think I was going to say something silly. What I can say that's actually correct is that one of these 3 is high, so none of these digits are high. So the high in this box, the high in box 2 is in, the last high is in one of these 2 cells. I don't know which yet, though. But one of these 2 is high. I don't know if I want to devolve right into coloring. But that means actually this cell's not high, for whatever it's worth. Yeah, the gray dots are never 7, 8, 9. We definitely know the gray dots. Whether a gray dot can be 7, 8, 9 or not does not have anything to do with the red lines. I agree with that statement. Okay, there is an orange here on this line, so these aren't orange. So that's not orange, I suppose I should say. So one of these is orange. Where's the other high in column 5? Ah, the other high in column 5. Beautiful spot, Barbie. The other high in column 5 has to go here. Now where's the other high in this box? It's not in any of those places. I guess it... Let's see. If this were a 7, that would have to be a 6 and a 1. I guess that's technically possible. Let's see. Derek asks about the highs in row 2. And so if you look, that's a high. This digit's not high because the box has all of its highs. These digits aren't high because they're on black dots. And so now I need to place 3 of them, so these just have to be orange. That's a really good spot. And so as soon as that's orange, we know that's orange. And so we get a bunch of 7, 8, 9s. And now, in fact, actually, I now know this digit has to be a mid digit because I've used all the oranges. So this digit's going to be a mid digit. And so it's going to be a 4, 5, or 6. And now I have to think about, how do I white dot from a 4, 5, 6 to a 7, 8, 9? And the answer is you go 7 and 6 like that. And so we get our digit dance. And now we get to update our coloring and stuff. Okay, so this is mid. This is a 4 or a 5. This is low. It is a 1, 2, or 3. Let's see. Okay, so I have a mid digit to place. I have, right. Okay, so I have to place a low and a middle digit on these two cells. So that means the thing left over is a low digit. So this digit's low, just for the box. Let's see. Someone in chat pointed out column 2 has a very similar structure. I need to place an extra orange digit in this column. And there's only one place to put it, which is there. And that orange digit connects to a digit which might or might not be orange. I don't know. Actually, I do know, because that's not a 7. That's gorgeous. Okay, actually. That's really cool. This orange is on a white dot, and it's not a 7. So the digit it connects to is also orange. And how's that possibly going to work? Well, only if that's an 8 and that's a 7 and that's a 9. That is the answer to how that is going to work. Okay, so this is not a 9. Let's see. Okay, so now, of course, every black dot, in fact, actually is a purple-blue pair. I had not yet appreciated that, but every gray dot is a purple-blue pair. It has one high and one medium digit, just because if you think about all the ways to make 7, that's how they work. So where's the other medium digit in this column? There are 2 medium digits and 2 low digits in these cells. Where's the other low digit? The other low digit has to be here. So that's low, that's medium. So we can say that much right away. Now, in fact, actually, I know what this digit is, because these 2 digits are both pairs that add to 7. So they use the blue digits that add to 7. This is the blue digit that's not with the purple that adds to 7. So it must be 1, because the 6 is in the column there. And so that's a 6. To continue that, this puzzle is just chef's kiss. This is what we all hope for out of puzzles. Okay. So people are suggesting I take a look at box 8, possibly for orangeness. Let's see. I could ask, could this be orange? I think this cell could be orange. I'm not sure. Column 8 oranges. Okay, so column 8. There's one orange in column 8 so far. None of these other things can be orange. That can't be orange. Those 2 can't be orange. So the orange in column 8 is in one of these 2 cells. Do I know which of these 2 cells is orange somehow? Oh, yes. I don't need one more. I need 2 more orange cells. And that's way better. Because we need 2 orange cells, and we've got 2 places that orange cells can go. Perfect. So those are orange. That's orange. That's all the oranges. Oh, we have a request to not use blue, purple. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Do I have any suggestions in the chat for what would look better? How about yellow? Is yellow an acceptable medium? Okay, these are 7, 8, 9. That one's not 9. That one is 9. So that one's not 9. That one's not 9. Okay. So now we can look at oranges in box 8. Yes, oranges in box 8 now. Now the last orange in box 8 needs to be here. So this is a 7, 8, 9. Oops, let's not restart. I mean, we can. I wouldn't complain too much. Where's the other 2 oranges in this column? At least one of them, I guess, is on here, but I don't know that they're both on here, do I? I don't quite know that. Let's see. Okay, so I guess I just know that these are a blue and a purple that add to 7. The adding to 7 was a really natural combination of things to use with these rules. Hey, Andrew. Okay, I do know that there is a 6 down in one of these areas. I don't know that I want to pencil mark that just yet. Where am I missing oranges? Oh, I'm still missing an orange in this row. I'm actually missing 2 oranges in this box. I guess I don't have a lot of oranges in the middle strip. That's where my oranges are missing. But yeah, I know one of these 2 is the last orange for row 3. I don't know why I'm mumbling all of a sudden. I will attempt to enunciate. All right. So yeah, these 2 are one of each for whatever that matters. These are one of each. And one of each. So these are actually one of each, whatever that matters. Which actually means these 2 are the same, for whatever that means. Let's see. Nicholas says the missing oranges in column 3 have to be in box 4. I agree. Unfortunately, I don't know that this can't be orange. If this were orange, that would have to be a 6, but that seems okay to me. Let's see. Should I color the colors I don't know about on one of these longer ones, either this one or this one? Do not know. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking at, Josh, is do I want to dive into a whole other coloring paradigm just for the purposes of thinking about this? Will it get me anything? And it does not. Yeah, I guess it will. Okay, so I'm going to do it. Okay, so I'm going to color these are gray. Apologies, because this is going to get messy. I'm going to color those are gray. I don't know if gray is yellow or blue. Gray is yellow or blue, but I don't know which one. We'll make those light gray. And part of the reason I'm doing this is because I saw that this being light gray tells me that this cell's dark gray. Because every black dot, or sorry, every gray dot has a low digit and a medium digit on it. So that tells me that. Of course, these are a light-dark pair. These are a light-dark pair, and because they're a light-dark pair, this cell can't be dark anymore. So this cell's actually light. And so I actually know that this is a 3-4 pair. I just don't know the order. But because it's a 3-4 pair, that's also a 3 or a 4. Again, I don't know which, but 3 and 4 happen to both be consecutive and add to 7. Fun fact. By the same argument, this is light gray, because, again, the dark gray has to be on this dot, so that's dark gray. And once this is dark gray, it tells me that's light gray by the entropic line. Because this is light gray, that's dark gray by gray dotted logicitude. Let's see. Where else do we get anything interesting going on? Row 2, column 8 is dark gray, says Nicholas. I'm not sure I see. Yes, sorry, I see it. It's from row 2. Because this is a light gray and a dark gray. This is a light gray and a dark gray. That's a light gray, so this needs to be a dark gray. Got it. Okay, gorgeous. Okay, and now that's going to let me color the rest of this line, because this line has only has 2 dark grays on it, therefore. And so I can't put it here, because if I put it there, that would put 3 dark grays on it. So these 3 are, in fact, light gray. These 2 are dark gray. That's a light gray. That's a dark gray, because it's across a gray dot. all the dark grays are done in the column, so that's a light gray. It's across a gray dot, so that's a dark gray. That's all the dark grays for the box. So everything else is either light gray or orange. Interesting. I know the last dark gray in this column is over here, because I need a dark gray on this entropic line. So this can't be dark gray. It has to be light gray. Can't be orange because all the oranges are going in the column. And so now the whole point of the puzzle is that now this dot needs to have both an orange and a light gray on it. Because oh no, sorry, it could have two oranges on it. Darn it, never mind, sorry. I think this could have two oranges on it. I do know that whatever light gray is, there are no more light grays in this row. So everything in this row that I know is not orange, I know is dark gray. Oh, so that cell's orange. Right. This cell is not dark gray by the box, and it's not light gray by the row. So what is it? It's orange. So this cell's definitely orange. This is a 7, 8, or 9. The question then is this cell light gray or orange? And I don't think I immediately am going to know the answer to that question. Let's see. Where else can I find joy in this this cold Sudoku-y world? Retract faster. I saw a very, very brief blip, and then that was it. So you retracted quite quickly as far as my perception of it. Row 1, column 6. Oh, yes. Thank you. Row 1, column 6 needs to be dark gray, because blue and yellow are one of each. That's a great spot, Ken. So blue and yellow are one of each. So I've got one of each, which finishes my light grays once I throw in the two light grays. So this has got to be dark gray. So now where is the other dark gray? Where are the other dark grays in this row? I need two more in row 3. I can't put them both here. So this cell has to be dark gray. Just by row 3 needing to have two more dark grays in it, and only one of them can possibly be here. Now, on the other hand, one of the dark grays... Oh, sorry, never mind. Blue and yellow are dark gray or light gray. I can color, I swear. Sorry, I can't. I can't actually color. Let's see. Okay, so Carl is encouraging me to look at where the 1-6 pair is in this column. Because remember, there are 3 ways to make 7. One of them is 1-6. And the reason is, I know these two add to 7 even though there's no dot between them, because the other two do. And Carl's point is, I know these are not 1-6, for sure. And so Carl is then encouraging me to look at where this digit ends up in this box somehow. I don't quite see this. Okay, so I see that this isn't 1-6. could have this is 1 and this is 6, but I think Carl is telling me that can't be 1 and that be 6, that combination does not work. Yeah, so where is that in row 2? Oh, okay. That's clever. That's very clever. Okay. Where is this cell in row 2? Well, it can't be... It at first looks like it could be here, but it can't be there, because if it was there, these two cells would have the same digit. So the point is, this cell is in one of these two cells. Oh, and in fact, actually, I know where it is. It's there. So these are actually exactly the same digit. And the fact that these two are the same digit means that... Sorry, means that something. Unknown. Let's see. Yeah, but why are we going to box 6 now? I mean, I agree, this does have to go here. So... and so now the point is, now this is not... There we go. Okay, so just so it's not 1, 6. Okay, so this was all a long journey to get that this is 1, 6. So these are 2, 5. And that's also 2, 5. Okay, that's probably actually going to be very helpful. It was way more steps than what I was anticipating was going to happen from the description I saw of it. But I now get it, and I approve of the journey that we have gone on. Yes, and then this has got to be a 1, 6 to finish row 8. That is a good point. I mean, you could say it's a chain of logic if you're told the conclusion in advance, and then you have to trace it through. But if you instead just said, okay, if you're coloring, you just place this, give this a color, and note you know it goes here, and then note you know it goes there. And if you're coloring for the sake of coloring, then you just get this information, and then you don't have to think about it as a chain at all. I will say I'm not enthusiastic about coloring, giving more cells subcolors, because we really don't have enough. Because we really don't have enough colors. I suppose I could switch, and I could just make this an A. No. Oh. Okay, alphabet's not behaving. Let's see. Okay, so that's A, that's A, that's A. And then we don't have to deal with the black flashes. Because I'm trying not to have too many coloring schemes on top of each other, which is, I know, very unusual for me to try to avoid having too many coloring schemes on top of each other. But I'll be very happy to subcolor once we have yellow and blue resolved. Okay, so... and so I'll go ahead and I'll label all of these cells A as well, if the software will not fight me on it. Sorry. Yeah, that's A as well. Oh, that's right. The software will fight me on it, but not for the reason I was thinking about. Okay, so we're going to make these not A's in the center. I don't know why. My immediate reaction when I want to do this is to color multiple things as A's and label them as A's. But wait, how did that get to be an A? That should not be an A, but that should be an A. This should be an A. So the thing I'm trying to do, that it is very much not wanting me to do, I'm trying to color this the dark gray A and this the light gray A. So that we can say, okay, so those two cells, for example, we know are the same. But as it would happen, this very much does not want to be a part of, or the software very much does not want to do that. Let's see. Box 3 is misplaced. I think I fixed the box 3 misplacement, but let me know if I did not. One of these is a 6. Let's go back to actual numbers. One of these is a 6. I could turn off conflict checker, although then I run into the worst problem of what if it actually would tell me that I messed up something. Yeah, there are 2 oranges in here, but I don't know if that helps yet. But it is a good thing to keep in mind because the thing. Let's see. Okay, Alima says if we know more letters, that row 9, column 5 is equal to row 8, column 9. Yes, I agree these are the same. I'm not sure that's even worth lettering. Well, maybe. I'm going to give it a none. I'm going to call these Z because I'm trying to number the letter the pairs, and this is the thing I actually already know. This is a 1-6 already. And so I actually know the Z over here can only go here or here. One of those two is a Z. I guess, okay. I'll that's not what I want to do. I will go with the suggestion. Let's try this just because I'm trying to be adventurous and try and do this. Let's actually do the turn off the conflict checker, throw caution to the wind, and start labeling things full letters. So you can do this. Sven discovered that there were letters other than A through the 10th letter. So now you can actually put in any letter. Okay, so these are the dark gray A and the light gray A. So I could center mark if I want that these are BC. The light gray BC. So these are the dark gray BC. I should probably pick one to label as B, huh? Let's see. Do I have a preference as to which one I next label? It's complicated because I have the numbers down here and the letters up here, sort of making this a bit more complicated. Let's see. Let's see. J40 says if this is B, then so is row 6, column 8. I don't see that right away. So I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to make those B. And so because that's B, this is C and that's C. And because that's B, that's C. And I'm just going to ignore the numbers for now and just try and handle letters for the moment. So this is neither A nor C, so these are both B. Because they see both C's and both A's, so these are B's. So this cell sees both dark gray B and dark gray C. So this 3, 4, in fact, actually is A. So A is 3, 4. We can keep in mind. We did that right? A is 3, 4. We believe that. A is 3, 4. B is 1, 6. Yeah, I guess we've just established that B is 1, 6 and A is 3, 4, and so we don't need letters anymore. So we had a very short journey. So this is 3, 4. This is now 2, 5. And we had that before. But now this B up here, this is now C is 2, 5. Okay, let's fill in the C is 2, 5 business. Okay. Wait, how did I learn this? Somehow this is way more confusing to keep track of. Let's see. A is 3, 4. Okay, I don't know how we figured that out, but we're gonna fill it in. Center 3, 4. Center 3, 4. Okay. So this is not 2, 5 or 3, 4. So this is 1, 6. B was 1, 6. A was, let's see, I'll get rid of the BC business. Okay, so so this is 3, 4. And so this is 2, 5. Okay, so this is 2, 5. Let's see. Dark 2, 5 in column 4. Dark 2, 5 is already in column 4. Oh, so you're just saying, so that's light gray and that's dark gray. I see. Dark gray, light gray, dark gray. Very good spot. That dark gray there saw up there and made that light gray. Very good chat. So now, row 1, column 6 is marked wrong. How far back? Do I have to go back to where there were letters? Well, the only thing I did was to say that this is light gray, because it sees a dark gray, and this is dark gray, so this is light gray, so this is dark gray. But that's exactly what I did before, and you yelled at me. This is the dark gray, because that's light gray. Isn't this exactly what we just did? There's no place for dark gray in box 2. So row 1, column 6, not 2, 5. I don't know. So we want to go back to, okay, so we're going to go all the way back to before there were any numbers at all, and we're just not going to think about numbers. I think the key here is to not think about numbers and to just put in letters. So we're just going to put in letters, and then we're going to see where it goes. Okay, so we'll go back here, maybe? Yeah, okay, so this, I think I was happy up to here. Okay, and then rather than devolving into subcoloring, we're going to start lettering. So, oops, I put alphabet. What's wrong with you? These are A. So we'll make these B. And then we'll make this C. Okay. And we'll try and figure out what went wrong before. So well, you said it was completely broken because there's something with a 1-6 or something. Hey, Naverio. Let's see. Okay, so we did something wrong with all of this coloring. I think is what happened. I don't know. Oh, these we're not going to label as 3-4. We're just going to leave them and figure out what they are in a second. So let's see. If I remember correctly, the key was to figure out where something was over here. So we started with figuring out where this cell was. So this may have been the error in figuring out where this cell was in box 3. I'm not sure. I'm trying to figure out how we did this again. Oh, so this has to be an A. That's the point. This is an A. So that's an A. There we go. Okay, that's the start. That's an A. That's an A. So one of these is an A, but I don't know where. This being an A means it's across from an A. So we've got the A's there. Let's see. Okay, so this is an A or a C. Okay, so I can center mark. Center mark. I see part of the problem is that I'm used to hitting C to switch to center mark, and I can't hit C to switch to center mark. If I'm then also going to use C as a letter. Okay, row 3, column 9 is a C. Yes, I agree. This is a C. Okay, so yeah, one of those is a C. The worst part, Naverio, is we did all of this, but then we sort of mixed letters and numbers, and then everything got thrown off. And so we're doing it again. And we're going to be more careful this time to not mix letters and numbers. Let's see. So this is not A. This is B or C. Let's see. Chris says it thinks it would be better to label B and C in column 5 instead. Okay, we could do that. So we'll try this. So those will be B. These will be C. And we'll see if that... and we need to get rid of this. We'll see if that helps. So it's still true to say that if I look at the A the right way, keep the A in box 3-6. Okay, so we need to rederive this A, which I figured out at some point, and now I'm confused by again. Yes, this is an A, because we need the leftover for this row goes there. So that's an A. So that's an A. Okay. So now, okay, so that's all good. Then row 4, column 8 is C. 4, column 8 is C. Right, because it's C is dark gray A and dark gray. There we go. Okay, so those are both C. All right, agree. So row 6, column 8 is B. Row 6, column 8. Yes, so this is B because it sees both of them. So that's B, that's B. The rest of column 8. Yes, we've got the rest of column 8. Now, so these are both B. Let's go ahead and fill in. Because no, they're not. Wait, no. So, sorry, I'm trying to undo and it is not letting me. There we go. This has to be B, right? Because B can't be 1, 6. B has to go here. So this is B. I don't know what color B, but it is B. I guess I do know what color B. It's dark gray B, right? Let's see. Okay, so this is C. Yes, so this is C. Got it. Oops. Delete. Oops. No, not that far. There we go. There we go. This is C. Okay. We've got our C's. We've got our A's. We've got our B's. Life is going better. Okay. 2 orange in row 5. Yes, 2 oranges in row 5 because we need to. Oops. Stop it. 2 oranges in row 5. Yes, we are not doing letters and numbers at the same time. Zeta brains can't handle that. So we were going to do letters or numbers, so we're going to do letters. Because I think that is how the confusion happened before. Yeah, chat will note the numbers, and then we can substitute them in previously or afterwards. Okay, so where are 7, 8, and 9 in box 4? They are not there, or there, of course. Oh, in fact, where are these 2 cells in box 4? Those 2 cells in box 4 have to go... Oh, no, sorry, I don't know. Oh, yeah, they do. They have to be here and here, so this is orange. I know this cell isn't orange. So then the last orange is not there for sure. And it's not there either, because there's all the oranges, so that cell's orange. So this cell is... And here's where we run into... our other issue, this cell is yellow, and we have to be super careful to keep track yellow and blue, but this is a 7 and that's a 6, in fact, or a C, if you will, as we try to keep track of this. So row 4, column 7 is the last orange. Yep, we've got all the oranges in this row, all the oranges in this row. Okay, that's the last orange. Okay. So this is a 7, 8, or 9. Okay. Good, good. We have slowly recovered from our earlier deviation. Okay, so... what else do we know about the world? So row 3, column 7 is not 8. Yes, this is not 8. I agree. Yeah, it is probably worth noting. I do know that these are 3, 4 from the white dot. What did I just do? What did we... All I did was remove an 8 from this cell because there's an 8 on the white dot. I don't think I did anything else. I will recall, I do know that these are 3, 4 because it's not obvious. So the thing that's not obvious that we learned is that this is actually a gray dot, not a white dot. That is probably relevant to sort of sorting this out. Row 3, column 4 now. Missing orange in row 3, column 4. Oh, I am missing an orange. Okay, thank you. That is my last orange. Okay. 7, 8, 9. Okay. Can place 7 in row 4. Yes, I can place a 7 in row 4, which means this is an 8, which means that's a 9. It's not a 9. That's a 9. That's an 8. That's not an 8. That's not an 8. These aren't 8, while I'm marking things that are not 8. This 9 is looking at this, so that's a 7. So that's a 9. That's not a 9. Those aren't 7, so that's an 8-9 pair. So that is 7, so that's 9. Just bouncing around all of... Oh, that's 8 while we're at it. That's 9. That's 8. That's 7. That's 8. That's 9. That's 8. That's 9. And then that 8 looks down. That's 7. That's 8. That's 7. That's 8. The unlabeled domino in row 8 is AA. I'm trying to figure out how you know this. Let's see. Yeah, definitely, I led us very astray on the coloring and the lettering. I think we were never supposed to use letters. I think that the letters were a mistake. This cell's light gray because there was only one thing left in the box, and it had to be light gray. Let's see. But the knot has been cut or whatever. We'll deal with it, and then we'll learn for our next Entropic lines puzzle that maybe we don't try and mix letters and numbers and colors and subcolors. Let's see. Row 8, column 9 is a C. Yes, this is definitely a C. I agree. That is a C. Because it sees 2 pairs in the row. That's got to be a C just because it's the leftover one. Yeah, entropic lines are awesome. You missed my opening this puzzle by opining about how much I like entropic lines. Where is light gray C in box 6? Do I know? Where is orange in row 3? Let's see. I don't know why they're called entropic lines. That is a good question. I'm not actually sure who named them. Naverio might know who named them. Let's see. Okay, we did much better with our coloring the last time, except the last time we colored it wrong somehow. So this has become more of an adventure, we'll say. Okay, these two are not C. Is there any way, or are there any of these that I know what they are because they're not C? Row 6, column 1 must be A. Yeah, I think the yellow and blue, I think that might have been the problem. Maybe when I switched to dark gray and light gray, maybe I should have just dumped the yellow and blue and just switched them to light gray and dark gray, or just not colored. I don't know. This is very much a mistakes were made in the process of figuring out how to label the information, and someday we will learn to do better. Can't fit both A's in row 4, column 2. So one of these is an A. Do we know that do we know that these aren't both A? Or something? I'm missing something with A's that chat sees. Isn't the blue C now confirmed to be 1? I do not know. You have to put two A's in box 4. Oh, and they can't both go in column 2. Gorgeous. Okay, that's really clever. I did not understand that, but now I see it. I have to put 2 A's in this box somewhere. Now, there are 3 spots in which I could put them. But since I can't use both of these, because it would break both dots simultaneously, this cell is always an A. I don't know which color of A. So one of these two is an A, and I don't think I know which one yet. These are a BC pair. Yeah, there are notes about what letters correspond to what. I'm really trying my best to like stick to letters until we can convert it all at once, because previously I made some sort of egregious error in the process of converting letters to numbers and broke the whole puzzle. I think that's what happened. Yeah, the other 6s could be C's if we want to do that, and I think that will not at all risk any sort of loss in that they're next to they're next to 7s on dots, so we'll certainly know how to fix it when it is time to fix it. But I feel like we either saw something before that we're not seeing now, or we saw something before that was wrong. But I'm yet to figure out exactly what went wrong before. Tristan, at least, I think, knows what the error was, and will stop us from making it again, hopefully. I should be able to figure out what these are, right? Is there some way I can figure out what letter these are? Let's see. Row 3, column 2 cannot be a C. Yep, I agree. It's not a C. It sees both C's, so I could pencil mark this as A, B. Yeah, Ben, I'm suspicious something worse was wrong than what Tristan thinks was wrong because of the fact that we have not immediately went and colored everything again. Because if what we did before was right, I feel like we would have already, like, reproduced all of it. Yeah, these are A or B. Do we want to... Let's try that. Okay, so let's try labeling... all of these are A or... Sorry. Undo. Oh, that's right. Undo doesn't work when you're doing this. Okay, so all of these are B or C. For what it's worth. Do I know that any of them aren't B or C? I don't think so. These two are B or C. This is B or C. That is eminently possible. Let's see. I mean, generally when I'm solving puzzles, I'm not especially averse to just, like, backing up a bunch because, well, if I didn't think solving puzzles was fun, I probably wouldn't be solving them in the first place. So having more puzzle doesn't bother me much, but I am sort of like, I am mystified by exactly what happened, but I suspect we will soon know what happened, maybe possibly. Okay, so all of these are A and C. of various flavors. The 3-4 thing, I think, was somehow involved. Like, I would love to know if these are B or C, because these are all the same thing. And I think that was crucial to what we figured out before. So it's not C. I know that. So this is either A or B. But I don't know what. Okay, let's see. Ben says row 7, column 4 is equal to row 8, column 7. Ah, right, okay. These two are the same cell, or the same value, because this digit has to appear in row 8, and it has no other place to. So I don't think that tells me what letter it is, but I will use a flash there. What's row 1, column 2 going to tell me? I don't see what row 1, column 2 is going to tell me. Well, I know it's a 6. We know that the yellow C is a 6. We just changed it to a C to be consistent with the letters to minimize the chance of confusion. Now, admittedly, we did it with the full intention of minimizing confusion. I don't think it worked. So there is that. Okay, so these two being the same seems useful. They are the same. They are dark gray. So, but unfortunately, I don't know anything that either aren't. Like this is such a cool observation, but I let's see. We know these two are the same cell. Does that help? Because these two are definitely, they're both the light gray 3-4. Can I do anything with that? So yeah, one of these two is light gray 3-4. But that doesn't seem that helpful, because C is the one we know. It's A and B that we're confused on, and I tend to agree with the Ben Triss theory that we screwed up the A-B stuff before, that was sort of where the puzzle actually broke. But I do not know. Let's see. Oh, where is this digit in box 5? This is going to do it, I think. Where is this digit in box 5? If it's here, then it's a... Oh, no. No, sorry. It's not. It's not. It doesn't do anything. Okay. How do we fix this? One of these is a 3-4 for whatever that is worth. If this was a C, that would be a C. But I don't think that's immediately clearly a problem. Yes, if anyone sees any more matching cells, that would be good. Yeah, I do know that these are A and B, so we can mark that just so that we have something written in the grid. This is A or B. Row 1, column 2, row 5, column 1, 2, row 7, column 3. Well, yeah, these are already labeled as being the same cell. I have so confused myself here. These are, of course, an A, B. Yes, we know they're sixes, Nicholas. There is no but making them sixes, I think, makes this more confusing. Row in column 1 is a B or a C. Because this is a... Right. One of these is the light gray A. So this is a B or a C. I'll mark that like that. If this were a C, it would need to go here exactly, and this would be the blue C. Let's see. Not quite to bifurcating yet. I'm more thinking about maybe we should try and recolor this, but I think this is B. Let's see. Okay, so if this was B, I guess then the question is, which B is it? So long ago, when we started this puzzle, this isn't answering the what are yellow and blue. When we started the puzzle, it turned out we knew a couple cells were either yellow or blue. That is, we knew whether they were medium or high. And so yellow and blue were yellow is medium, blue is low, orange is high. But then we actually started coloring in terms of these other colors that we don't know which is which, and then chaos ensued. Let's see. I saw Nicholas say something about dark B. We definitely ended up in a bad place, but only with the best of intentions, we'll say. Okay, so if row 2, column 3 is a B, it would make the light gray B, and that would make row 2, column 4 the dark gray B, and I don't think we could put dark gray B in box 8. Okay, so if this is B, both of these are B. Think that you could put like row 2, column 4, the dark gray B. Why would I know this was the dark gray one? Because column 3 is light because of column 3. Oh, that's right. If this is a B, it's a light gray. Okay, got it. Okay. If this is a B, it's a light B. So this is a dark B. And so those would both be dark B, and now dark B has no place in box 8. Okay, beautiful. So this is not B, and that's not B. So these are C. So these are B. That is a really good spot. Very nice, Garion. Thank you for that. These are both B. Okay, so let's be careful now with how this goes. Okay, so this cell, weirdly, I know is blue. Do I want to color that I know this cell is blue? Oh, boy. Because we have this one is yellow. So, yeah, this is blue, I suppose. So this is yellow. So row 1, column 1 now. So this is no longer C. So it's B. It's B. It's B, everyone. Be happy. It's B. Okay, that's B. So that's A. So row 1, column 6 is now C. Ah, right, because I need another C in this row. This is the only place it can go. Right, I've got 4 ABs already. Gorgeous. Okay, so that's a C. That's both the C's for this box. So this is a B. And. It acquires a color. It is a dark B, because we already have a light B in the box. So that's a dark B, which means this cell is a C. Dark C, if you will. And now... now people are seeing that row 1 resolves the colors, which I will be very, very happy to placate. Let me just see what people are seeing. Now dark gray is the low digits right. Oh, right, because where does dark gray C go in box 1? Dark gray C in box 1 goes there. So dark gray is blue. Okay, so we get to highlight all of the dark gray cells and turn them blue instead of dark gray. And then we get to highlight all of the light gray cells and turn them yellow. Okay. Oh, I guess Tristan had a smarter way to see it than the way I saw it. But now the colors are gone, so now it is too late. I am sorry. Okay. So, now, because this is yellow, it's a 3, and that's a 3, and that's a 4. I guess we can do... okay. Hopefully now we can do a lot of sudoku. Hopefully. Row 9, column 9 is blue by sudoku. Right, because this C is yellow by sudoku. Because it sees blue C. So now this cell is blue. Wrong way. Uh-oh. Oh, yellow is medium. Yellow is medium. That's 4. That's 3. Okay. This C is still yellow. I probably should have just left that as letters. This C is yellow because it's not that C. So this is a B. Oops. So this is a B now. Sorry. It's a B, not a 3. Oh, and then the undo doesn't work. That's a B. So that's an A. That's a B. This is blue and is a B. Okay. So blue, this last cell is yellow for the column. So that's all the yellows. So that means that these cells are all blue. So that cell is yellow. It's across a dot. Okay. So this is whatever that is. I don't think we know what it is just yet. Okay. Column 4 proves A is not 3, 4. Let's see, if A was 3, 4, these would both be A. Is that a problem somehow? This is a letter that is not B or C, so it is A. It is A. It is A. We will try and no. It is A. So that's A. That's A. Okay, that proves A is not 3, 4. So now, C is 1, 6. B is 3, 4. And this, by the way, this is A now. So now we can substitute things for letters. Okay, so let's substitute things for letters again. Or sorry, for numbers. For numbers. Okay, so we're going to select... oh, that's right. We need to select the blue A's. Okay, so let's do this carefully. What is blue A? Blue A is... so blue is the low one. And blue is 2 or 5. So this is a 2. Yellow A is 5. Yellow A is 5. Orange C is... Sorry, yellow C. There is no orange C. Yellow C is 6. That one I remember. This one's all for you, Nicholas. Blue C is 1. Blue C is 1. Okay. And then we've got a 3, 4 to figure out. Okay, so B is 3, 4. So blue B is 3. Yellow B is 4. Let's see. Okay, so this is the remaining. Okay, so now let's go through. Oh, yellow B is 4. I missed a couple. This is now the last yellow digit. It's a 6. This is the last yellow digit. It's a 5. Let's see. Box 8 is invisible. What did I do? This A, it had a value. It's a 5. There we go. Okay. This is the last yellow for the row. So this is actually blue, and this is yellow. And once I know that those are blue and that's yellow, then I know that's 6 and that's 1. Let's see. Oh, there's a blue in box 3 that I never filled in. Got it. Thank you. This cell now has to be yellow. So that's blue. So these two are now yellow, which means these two are now blue, which means these two are now yellow, which is hopefully going to let us finish the coloring. These are now, that's now yellow, that's now blue. Okay, we're now colored, so now we should be able to number the rest of the grid. Okay, so this is a yellow A. Yellow A, I don't remember what yellow A was. Let's see, but this is a yellow B, I can say that. Let's see. Okay, well, let's just fill things in, and maybe I won't have to remember what the digits were. Okay, so that is a 5. That's a 1. These are a 1, 3 pair. The 1 needs to go there, so that's the 3. So that's a 4. That's a 5 now, so that's a 4. Let's see. This is a 2, and that's a 5. Okay, that's a 5. That's a 1. That's a 6. And that's a 2. And I think we're now done, but we turned the answer checker off at some point. So let's turn the concept checker back on and see if it explodes. Yeah, this is a great puzzle. Apologies to those of you whom were tortured by the fact that we broke the puzzle and then went back and redid the whole thing. Oh, I still have a random B. This is a 3. Aha, there you go. Okay. Yeah, this is a great puzzle. I greatly enjoy the puzzles that really challenge you with how exactly it is to record the amount of information that you have. I don't think we found the fastest and best way to record the information that we had, but I had a ton of fun with that. Sorry if I made the puzzle look harder than it actually is. Like, I don't think the puzzle was actually intended to be as difficult as we did it, but we really got saved there at the end by, who was it? It was, boy, I want to remember their name because it was a really cool spot there at the very end. Garion saved us at the very end with that observation about what happened to do that. to get the last piece of the coloring info that then collapsed everything. Great puzzle. I really enjoyed that. Apologies for the chaos of a viewing experience that may have been more so than you had hoped. I'm kind of curious now whether the puzzle was actually broken or if it was just a little broken before. I think we actually broke it before, and I think we did actually rewind about as far as we needed to actually sort of get back, because I think I did something untoward down in this region. But yeah, great puzzle. We'll do another puzzle, but I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back. Please, this is an excellent moment. If you've not yet subscribed to the stream, you only have to do that once, but if you've not yet subscribed to the stream, please do so. And if you've not yet liked the stream from today, unfortunately, you have to do that every time for some reason that I don't know. Then we could do that as well. Anyway, I will be right back. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. See, I'm catching up on chat. Placing animals in the puzzle. Panthera often puts animals in the puzzles. The I don't like that I put up the puzzle and Naverio says, oh god. Oh no. Should I pick a different puzzle to finish up stream? I will... Oh, I wanted to reset the timer. Uh, well, we'll try it. We'll see how long it takes. We might be here a while. That is the only conclusion that we can reach. Actually, you know what? Tallcat isn't here. I'll save this one for when Tallcat is here. So let's switch. Let's switch to this puzzle by ZegreS instead. And then we'll do the Tallcat puzzle later. I promise, Tallcat. Okay. So let's do the ZegreS puzzle. Oh, I believe it's a good puzzle. But I also know that I want to end stream in the next 3 hours, and so doing a puzzle that might take that long is ambitious. Yeah, Tallcat puzzles are definitely hard, although they're rarely long in my experience. So that was part of why I picked it, but we will save that one. Okay, so what are the rules here? So we have box 159 rules. So the cells, sorry, the digits in this box tell us where the 1 is in the same position. Okay, so if this digit were a 3, that would say, look to box 3 in the same position, and that's a 1. Likewise, if this were a 6, this would say, look to box 6, and that's a 1. Okay. Oh, we're saying this is twice as hard as dynamic duos? Anyway, so that's how the blue shading works. The greens are regular German whispers. So I talked about German whispers earlier, even though we didn't do a German whispers puzzle. The way German whispers work is that whatever digit you put on it, the next digit you put in a row, it has to be at least 5 apart. So that could be 3, and then this could be 9, and then this could be 1, and so on. And then actually I've already broken it, but that is how that works. Alrighty. Okay, so that is how whispers work. And Renbon lines actually have to have a string of consecutive digits. So in a way, Renbons are sort of like the opposite of that. Oh, there's a sequel, Dynamic Dots. Oh, I have not done Dynamic Dots yet. Maybe Tristan and I can do a video of us doing Dynamic Dots that will be less of a disaster than the video of us doing Dynamic Duos. All right. So that is the rules. So it should be a fun puzzle. All right. So the thing that jumps out right away, and I usually say I don't like to start with this, but in this puzzle I do think I probably want to start with this, which is that this is a length 6 Renbon, and so it always has a 5 on it. In fact, it also has to have a 4 or a 6 on it. But I'm only interested in the fact that it has a 5 on it at the moment, because if I look at this 5, wherever it goes, it's going to place a digit into the indexing box. So if the 5 goes in any of these places, it's going to place a 3 down in one of these cells. And if the 5 goes here, then it is going to place a 2 here. And if the 5 goes here, it's going to place a 6 here. I guess none of those are particularly interesting. So perhaps instead of that, we should look at this cell, which must be a 1 or a 9. And that's because 1 and 9 are the only digits in a Sudoku puzzle which have 4 different digits that are 1 away from them. And likewise, that's a 1 or a 9. Hey, Sam. We did a grkles puzzle earlier that reminded me of your puzzle. You've sort of created a genre of puzzles where you repeat things. Uh, uh, oh, 6 would be there. It doesn't matter. I think it was completely pointless. I don't think it helped at all, unfortunately. But we can hope. Okay, so if this is a 1... Okay. If this is a 1, it says, hey, put a 1 at this spot in box 1. Doable. If this is a 9, it says, hey, put a 9 at this spot in... Sorry, put a 1 at this spot in box 9. So I think this actually works, at least at first blush, either way with this. Isn't row 5, column 5 a 5? Yeah, so that is a good point worth pointing out. We know that the 5s in these boxes are in these spots, and so we know that there is a 1 in one of those cells, and we know that there is a 9 in one of these cells. Yes, they're definitely different. This is a 1-9 pair. I agree. Okay, so this whispers line, this Renbon line now has to have a 5 on it. So I think the claim that this is a 5, I think, was wrong, because now I can't put a 1 or a 9 on this length 4 whispers line, so it now has to have a 5 on it somewhere. Renbon line. Renbon line. One of those is a 5. That is the punch line. Okay. Okay. So there is a 4 or a 6 in one of these two cells, because I need to put a 4 or a 6 on this whispers line. And it can only go there because 4 and 6 can only be next to 1 or 9. So there's a 4 or 6 here. And there's a 4 or a 6 down here. And so that means in box 4 and in box 6, we end up with this odd pattern where there's a 1 in one of these cells and there's a 9 in one of these cells, or vice versa. I don't think that I fear that may not be the maximally useful thing either. Okay. So maybe I should ask where the other 1-9 is in this box. So the other 1-9 in this box has to go in a corner. And likewise over here, the other 1-9 has to go in a corner. But unfortunately, that's also consistent either way. Yes, this Renbon also needs a 4 and a 6 on it. I just didn't want to pencil mark it because it wasn't what I was... Oh, I did do that wrong. You're completely right. The 4 or 6... the other 1-9 has to be in one of these places. Sorry, I did do that wrong. You're completely right. I can't put the two 1-9s on opposite parodies of the whispers. Yeah, so I can color this. I may be slightly shell-shocked by the previous puzzle, but we'll do it anyway. We'll color the high-lows on these whisper lines for the moment. Oh, sorry, that one will be yellow. That one will be purple. Yes, the other 1-9 has to be adjacent to that 1-9 because everything is. Okay, right. So Russ has it correctly. The other 1-9 has to be on the plus sign, and has to be on the plus sign here. And they have to be in the same place. Oh, no, they don't have to be in the same place. If this digit's a 1 and this digit's a 9, then they reference each other, in which case they have to be in the same position. Otherwise not, I think. Oh, that's a good point. So if I look across this row here, this has to meet the entropic rule. It has to have a high, a medium, and a low. Why is that? Well, because if it has, say, 2 lows, then that would put 2 copies of 1 in the same line. Now, where that's most interesting is here I need a high, a medium, and a low. In particular, I need a medium. It has to go here. I have no choice but to put the medium here. So this is a 4 or a 6. Likewise, across here, I need a medium. Wait. Yes. Likewise, across here, I need a medium, and it has to go here. Now, we can play a similar game vertically, which is that these 3 cells have to index something 1 in column 2, 1 in column 5, and 1 in column 8. So one of these is one of them is a 1, 3, or 7. Sorry, one of them is a 1, 4, or 7. One of them is a 2, 5, or 8. Hint: it's not 5. And one of them is a 3, 6, or 9. Well, neither of them is 6, so it would have to be 3 or 9. Does that help? So one is 2 or 8. And then one is 1 or 7. Yeah, so there's got to be a 3, 7, I guess. These are a 3, 7 and a 1, 9 is, I guess, the upshot of this, right? In order to make this... No, that's not correct. No, there's a 2, 8 in there. No, okay. Sorry, I said that wrong. So this 4 or 6, let's just think about that. That's saying one of these 2 cells is a 1. And this 4, 6 is saying one of these 2 cells is a 9. Neither of which I think are very useful, sort of like right off the bat. Let's see, Sam is saying something about 3. 3 is restricted in row 1, column 2, and row 3, column 2. Because I know one of these 2 is a purple 2, 8. Yeah, this is a little bit limited, but yeah, so this is either 2, 8 or 3, 7, I think. Santa's saying these can't be 3 because it would put 2 1s in column 8. Those can't be 3 because it would put 2 1s in column 8. I agree. Wait, no, not necessarily. It depends on whether this is 1 or a 9. I think. Where do I normally find these puzzles? So I have a few places. One of them is Logic Masters Germany, which is probably the best place to find puzzles for the reason that they are rated by people who do them. So you can really sort of sift out the best of the best puzzles. So if you have a limited time, I recommend using Logic Masters Germany. There's also the much, much larger collection of puzzles, which is on the Cracking the Cryptic Discord. And on the Cracking the Cryptic Discord, there's a whole channel of people posting puzzles. The big downside of that is that almost no one takes the time to rate them because it's really because the interface does not make it particularly easy to do so. And so it's a lot harder on the Cracking the Cryptic Discord to decide what puzzles will be really good unless you have a strong sense of your taste. So I think Logic Masters Germany is the best place to find Sudoku puzzles. If you want non-Sudoku puzzles, then Puzzlink is probably the best. It would be 9 if either of these two cells was a 3. Good point. If either of these two cells was a 3, then this digit's a 9, which means this digit's a 1, which means that I've put 2 1s into this column. Okay, so I agree. Neither of these cells is allowed to be a 3, which means that if yellow is 9, this digit's exactly 3. And then this digit's an 8. Yeah, so if yellow is 9, I have to put a 3 somewhere. I can't put 3 in either of these places. The 3 would have to go here. And then this would have to be an 8 because 3 is only next to 8 and 9 on whisper lines. Does the opposite happen with the 7 in the row? So if I put a 7 here, that makes this a 1 and puts a 1 here, but putting a 7 here makes this a 9. No, sorry. Putting a 7 here makes this a 1, which is a lot less interesting. But if I come down here, putting a 7 here... No, putting a 7 here makes this a 1. And that's not great. Okay. If I put a 3 here... Yeah, if I put a 3 here... Now, what's really interesting is if I put a 3 here, it puts it on this Renbon, which seems like that's going to be a problem. But yeah, neither of these can be a 3 either, right? If one of these is a 3, then this central digit is a 9, and then I am putting a 3 I'm putting a 9 in a column with a 9. So these also can't be 3. Yeah, so neither of the... So, in fact, actually, if I understand this correctly, none of these can be 3. Okay. It works with 7 in column 2. Okay, so if I try and put a 7 in one of these, then what does that do? It makes this digit a 1, makes this digit a 9, and then also places... Oh, wait, are we talking about... I thought we were talking about row 1. Or sorry, I thought we were talking about box 1. We're talking about 7 down here, Sam? So if I try and put 7 in one of these two cells, this is a 1. Yeah, no, that works. Okay, I can't put... These can't be 7. Okay, so these can't be 3 or 7. And so the point is... Yeah, so, okay. So these can't be 3. This was Sam's observation. They also can't be 7, because if one of these was 7, this would be a 1, and that would put the 1 down here, which would repeat the 1 in the column. So I do need to put a purple 3-7 in one of the purple cells, and I can't put the purple 3-7 in either of these. So this is always the purple 3-7, which is just bonkers, as they like to say. So now that being a 3-7 means this has to be the thing that 3-7 can be next to, which is 2-8. So yellow 2-8. This now, and these are then yellow 1, 2, 8, 9. Okay. Now, how much of that can I reproduce down here? So if I try and make one of these two a 7, I make this a 1. That's not exciting. If I try and make... Let's see. Is there something that will, like, obviously break here? Or is this box somehow not as grumpy? I think this box is less grumpy than the other one. Okay, this is a 2 or an 8. So this cell... Now, if it were a 2, that would put a 1 here on the whispers. Or sorry, on the Renbon, which is really interesting. So this is a 2 or an 8. So we're saying one of these two cells is a 1. In particular, that's not a 1. So we now have... we've ruled 1 out of one of these cells. This is not a 1 anymore, which means that's not a 5 anymore, by the way. Okay, so 2 and 8. I think the center ends up the wrong way for it to be interesting, Naverio, but I could be wrong. So I want to know if this cell can be 1. If this is a 2, it makes that a 1, which then would make this a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's suspicious. Okay, let's look back at... Okay, so Naverio has an argument over here. So if these are if one of these two is 7, this is a 1. And then I place a 9. Ah, right. Okay, yeah, right. If one of these is a 7, then this is a 1, but that's not the one I should be looking at. This is a 9, and we're placing a 9 in one of these two. Yep. Okay, and if this is a 3, if one of these two is a 3, then this is a 9. Yes, then this is a 9, and then we've put a 9 in one of these, and we've duplicated it. Okay, I agree. So the 3-7 does end up here. Okay, so likewise, we get a 2-8 here. And likewise, we get a 1, 2, 8, 9 here. Okay, yes. So yes, okay. It's the keeping track of the fact that it flips around the thing that keeps breaking my brain. Okay, now let's look at this 2 or 8. This 2 or 8 tells us that either that cell or that cell is a 9, so this cell's not a 9, which means this cell's not a 5. In particular, this cell is purple. I should note this cell is yellow, and I actually know it only has 2 options. I guess it has technically 4 options. It's either 3-7 or 4-6. Okay, but I do need to be mindful of my rows not repeating. My rows not repeating high, mid, lowity. So I need to make sure there's a middle digit in these things. Like here, this digit needs to be a middle digit because this definitely has a high and a low. So this digit's always a 4, 5, or a 6. Likewise. Do I not have that over here? Likewise, this digit's always a middle digit. It's always a 4, 5, or a 6. So that being a 4, 5, or a 6 says there's a 1 there, there, or there. I don't know if that's immediately interesting. I mean, it's interesting. I'm sure it's interesting. I'm not sure if it's useful. Maybe that's how I should say it. Okay. Let's see. Garion says if yellow is low, then you get a 1 in row 3, column 6, and a 9 in row 2, column 7. Oh, that's going to be gorgeous. Okay. So if yellow is low, this is a 1, which makes that a 2, which places a 1 here. But yellow being low also makes purple high, so that's a 9. That's an 8. Wait, doesn't the 8 put a 9 here? Wait, where's the 6 coming from? Oh, sorry, row 2, column 7. I don't know why I highlighted this one. Row 2, column 7. Sorry. I should highlight the correct cell, and if I highlight the correct cell, it will be easy, because yellow is low, and so now this is a 3, which would put a 1 here and a 9 here, and they can't go that way because of the Renbon. Okay, so we can fill in a bunch of digits. So that's a 4, that's a 3, and so we're going to do this. We're going to try and make it not as big a disaster as the previous puzzle. We'll see if we can manage that. Okay, so these are 8 or 9, not 1 or 2. These are not 8 or 9, they are 1 or 2. Okay, and now we get to index lots of things. Okay, so the 1 goes here in box 4. The 1 goes here in box 9. The 1 goes here. Oh, oops, what did I do? Oh, this one's a 7. Sorry, I have not gotten there yet. Okay. This 3 says that this digit's a 1. This 8 says that digit's a 1. Okay. And then these are a 1-2 pair, which says that one of these 2 digits is a 1, for whatever that's worth. Okay. With box 9, this 2 says that digit's a 9. This 7 says that digit's a 9. This 6 says that digit's a 9. This, by the way, is not a 6 anymore. That's not a 6 anymore either, or a 7 for that matter. Likewise, this over here is not a 3 or 4 anymore. It's a 6 or a 7. Let's see. And this 8 or 9 tells me that there is a 9 in one of those 2 cells. Okay, and this is a... okay, it is... Sorry, this is not a 4 anymore. So what is left in this box? What is left in this box is a 5, a 4, and a 3, right? Yes, okay. And one of those 2 is a 3. The fact that... Wait, this one can't be a 3. Because if this cell's a 3, it would place a 9 there where there's already a 9. So that's not a 3. So this is a 3. That 3 places a 9 there, which is going to tell me what goes on the Renbon, provided that chat doesn't tell me I've made a mistake. Let's see, and these are a 4, 5. Okay, I'm just trying to double check all the high, mid, low box nonsense. So 2. This is an 8 or a 9. So it gets one of those 2. This is a 4 or a 5. So it is one of those 2. And I don't think there's any problem there. Likewise down at the bottom. Okay. So we can probably do a very similar thing over here. If this was 6, then it would put a 1 here, and there cannot be a 1 there because there's already a 1 in that column. So this is a 7. As soon as that's a 7, it makes that a 1. And so this is a 5, 6 pair. Okay, and so I can go ahead and mark... Maybe I've already marked that. Yeah, there's already a 1 marked there. I guess I have not yet marked... Oh, I know which one it is. If this were a 6, it would put a 1 on the Renbon with a 9. I can't put a 1 on the Renbon with a 9. So that's actually a 5, and that's a 6. The 5 puts a 1 there. The 6 puts a... the 6 puts a 1 there. Okay. Alrighty. So, where else can we go now? So I know there's not that many places I can put an 8 over there. Have fun, 11tacles. Okay. Yeah, the 9 in this box is in one of these two places. I can go ahead and mark that correctly. That's not a 1 anymore. Okay. Now, is there anywhere I know that I can't put a 5? So I have to be able to put a 5 in one of these places, which looks very relevant. I was convinced that was going to be the break-in, and that turned out not at all to be the break-in. Yeah, and we've got almost all the 9s. We've got... oh, interestingly, okay, so actually 8 is ruled off of all of these spots on the Renbon. So actually, we know there's actually only 2 spots that 8 can go on this Renbon, which are here and here. Let's see, 7 is restricted out of this column, but unfortunately the 7 looks like it can sneak over here. 6 doesn't look restricted on the Renbon at all. 5 isn't restricted on the Renbon at all. And we need a 4 on the Renbon, but that also looks not very restricted. Can clean up pencil marked 5s on the Renbon outside of box 3. How do I know the 5 has to be in box 3? I think Jay has seen the key that I have not yet seen. Yeah, I guess we can center pencil the whole thing. Oh, we do have pointing 5s. Beautiful. Okay, I had not appreciated that. The 5s over here and the 5s over here mean that 5 is over here. So 5 is not on this Renbon. 5 is in one of these 3 spots. Okay, so one of these 3 cells is a 3. Okay, and I'm going to oblige chat's request that we actually put 87654 onto this Renbon and then clean it up. So these aren't 5. In fact, these aren't 8 or 6. These aren't 7. These aren't, that one's not 8. Or 4. That one's not 4 either. So we get this kind of mess. 4, 7, 4, 5, 7, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, the pointing 5s were cool. That is really neat setting. It would have taken me a little bit to appreciate the pointing 5s. Okay, what is left in this column? The things left in this column are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not 7. 4, 5, 6, 8. I know that one's not a 5 for multiple reasons. And I actually know neither of these is an 8 because I know one of these the 8 on this Renbon is in one of these two cells. So actually this cell is now restricted to a bi-value cell. This can only be 5 if that's 5, I suppose. Let's see. If this cell is 5, then there's not a 3 on this Renbon. Does that do anything interesting? It puts a whole lot of high digits on it. I know there's not a 9 on the Renbon, but that's seeming not to be super exciting as best I am able to tell. Someone will let me know if there is something interesting about it that I'm not seeing. Let's see. So let's see. We can fill in this column. 2, 3, not 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are what's left over. That one's not a 3. That one's not a 2. Let's see. Row 1, column 7 can't be a 6 either. Oh, right. Beautiful. This 6, that is a great spot, SPQ. This 6 sees every cell on the Renbon except that one. But that one can't be a 6. So this can't be a 6, or it would break the Renbon. So that's a 4. That is a great spot. Okay, that's a 4, which means that's a 4, because I need to put a 4 on the Renbon, and I don't have any other place I can put it. So that was a really nice spot. I know one of these is a 4. I don't know a lot about which one it is. Uh-oh. Sorry, Ranks. I did not mean to obviate your point. I don't know why obviate is the word of the day, but obviate is the word of the day. Alrighty. Where does row 4, column 7 go in box 3? So it is a 6 or an 8, and so it can't go in any of these places, and it can't go in either of those places either. Sorry. Can't go in that place either, because there's a 6, 8 in the row. So this cell goes in one of these two places. Do I know more than that somehow? We can duplicate 5s. We're cool people. Seven in column 8. Oh, right. One of these two has to be a 7. I ruled 7 out of all the other places. So yeah, one of these is a 7, which then means one of these two is a 7. It's maybe worth noting if this cell's a 2, it forces this cell to be a 2. which would then make these digits, I don't know, 3 and something. I guess it's worth noting. No, that's not quite true. Sorry, it is not worth noting. I'm trying to think about, like, mod 3 consecutive high, mid, low stuff with this length 4 renbon in the middle. Trying to think if there's some clever observation, like that because these two have to be different mod 3 something, or because these have to be like a high, a mid, and a low or something. But I can't quite wrap my brain around. I agree with Sam. It's a bit hard to conceptualize exactly what is going on here. Row 4, column 7 is from row 1 of box 3. I agree. Actually, 4 in box 5. 4 can't be in column 4 of box 5 anymore. Because if that was a 4... Oh, this just isn't a 4 because I can't put that there. Okay, so what actually can this be? Maybe I should maybe that's the question I should ask. What are the candidates of this cell? Because I've actually filled that spot in lots of places. I guess maybe not that many. Maybe not quite enough to be useful, but it can't be a 4. I agree this is not a 4. If this was a 4, that would put a 5 here, and that can't happen. So yeah, there is a 4 in this column. If there is no 4 on this renbon, then the renbon is exactly 5, 6, 7, 8, which seems like it almost certainly can't be. But I don't see why immediately. If this was 4, it would put a 5 here. Hey, Josh, welcome. This is a 4 here. It puts a 5 here. I don't see it. Let's see. Where do I have a bunch of spots? Okay, so let's just do this, even though it's going to be a little bit painful. I think this could be a 2. If this was a 2, that would be a 3, which works out reasonably. This could be a 3. Oh, I guess I should say, if this is a 2, that's a 3 and that's a 4, and we know the whole box, basically, because then that's a 5. So if this is a 2, it actually dictates the entire renbon. That's interesting. Does any of that break? If this is a 2, 3, 4, 5, 2 would be there. 3 would be down here. That would be a 4. Go there. That would be the 5, which doesn't do anything. Oh, that would break because row 5, column 7 would also be a 5? Wait, wouldn't it be a 6? 7 in column 6 in box 5. Column 6, box 5. Right. I need I agree. I need a 7 here because the trick is the way to think about it for rows is high, mid, low. I need a 1, 2, 3. I need a 4, 5, 6. And I need a I need a 7, 8, 9. For columns, it's mod 3. So I need a 1, 4, or 7 in every string of 3. There's a 1 there, a 4 there. So there has to be a 7 here, as Sam points out, which is a great spot. And the 7's not here because that would place that on top of the 1. So there's a 7 here or here. So that means one of these two cells is a 5. So that is that. Let's see. Are there other digits I know about? Well, I need a divisible by 3 thing over here somewhere, but who knows? Row 5, column 7 would need to be a 5. Sudoku if what? I think I've lost a little bit of the thread of what is going on here. Where is 8 in column 6? I don't feel like I know anything about where 8 is in column 6. Like 8 could even be here, couldn't it? I mean, 8 can't be there, but couldn't 8 be here? If this is an 8, then this could be a 7 or a 9. Oh, it can't be 7 because we just put a 7 in the column. If it was 9, we would need to be putting... Let's see, so that would have to go 8, 9. And then this can't be a 9 because of the indexing. Okay, indexing is what breaks this. If this tries to be an 8, 9 Renbon, then it goes over there. Okay, so I can't put 8 anywhere on here. So then I have to put 8 either up here or in this collection of stuff. Now, I do know I have a 9 and a 7 in here, so I am looking in this collection of digits for a thing that is 2 mod 3. So I need to put either a 2 in these cells or a 5 or an 8 in order for that to work. Let's see. Barbie says it can't go in box 5. Okay, so it can't go there, because that would be there. If it were here or here, it would put a 5 on this Renbon. Why is this Renbon having a 5 on it being a problem? Would have to be 5, 6. Which would have to go like this, 5, 6. So that would be the 8. Oh, I know why it's a problem. Because this is the only place an 8 could go, and then we wouldn't be able to put a 7 on the Renbon. Okay. Thumbs up. Got it, Barbie. You're really good at spotting these really sort of complicated, intricate deductions. But yes, if I try and put an 8 in this box, I just outright can't put the 8 here. Because that would end up on top of the 1. So that's not going to work. If I put the 8 here, then it puts a 5 here, which then needs to connect to a 4 or 6 and can't. 6 from the row, 4 from there. So the only place I could put an 8 is here. Except if you put an 8 here, because one of these two needs to be 7, we put a 7 here, and you're never making this Renbon work. So that means, by Barbie's observation, one of those two is an 8. Okay, so now we look at the box 8 Renbon and ask, okay, what is it going to be? So it could be 2, 3. Could it be 3, 4? No. Could it be 4, 5? No. Both because there's a 5 there, or 4 there. Could it be 5, 6? No. We just argued that. Could it be 6, 7? No. Could it be 7, 8? No, because of the 8 up here. Could it be 8, 9? No. So yes, so this is a 2, 3, and we know the order. This is a thing that you sort of at some point internalize, is that if you have a length 2 renbon or a single white kropka just sort of randomly hiding in your puzzle, at some point you should just try and force it, because it's probably forced earlier than you think it is. Okay, so this is a 2 this is a 2 and a 3. I can get rid of this coloring, by the way. This coloring is not doing anything other than being slightly ugly. Okay, so everything left in this column is high. So I can sort of fill out the rest of this column with 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then I can delete lots of pencil marks, because, for example, I know none of these are 8. I know that this one's not 9. I know that that one's not 9. I know this one's not 5 or 7. Oops. Not 5 or 7. Or 9. It's a 6 or an 8. Let's see. Are any others that I can narrow down? This could be a 9. Could be a 5. Let's see. Okay. There is... There is a 9 in one of these two cells, and because there's a 9 in one of these two cells, that's already a multiple of 3, so I can't put any more 6s in here because of that. So this is actually a 5, 7, 9 triple. Because of that being a 5, 7, 9 triple... Oh, but I know there's a 5 on this renbon. Wait, did I cheat? Did I break something? I think I broke something. No, I didn't. I didn't break anything, because I need a 2 mod 3 thing, and the only one left is 5. So yeah, this is a 5, 7, 9, and I need a 5 on this renbon, so it has to go there. So that digit is a 5. And this is a 5, 7, 9, so this is not 5 or 7. It's a 6, 8 in some order. These aren't 5 anymore. So let's look at box 7 and 9 in these two slots. Well, this can't be a 7 because it would be putting a 5 on top of a 1. So that's a 9, that's a 7. The 9 there puts a 5 there. The 7 there puts a 5 there. Sudoku-logically, we get that one of these is a 5. Let's see. We can fill in... these are 1, 2. We need a 3, a 4... 5. We've got a 6, 7, and we need an 8. These aren't 5, of course. That one's not 8 either, or 3. Okay, so that one's a 4. So just a naked single. So those are not 4. Let's see. Row 5, column 7. Ah, yes. Low-hanging fruit. Excellent. I appreciate low-hanging fruit. As I go around hunting for naked singles, I miss the one that is literally right next to the 5. So that's a 6. That's an 8. Now this 8 I have to put up here in this box. It can only go there by previous work. So that's a 6. That's an 8. This digit probably is known because it's not a 6 or an 8. So it's a 5. That being a 5... makes that a 3. Means that these aren't 3. Means that these aren't 3. Aren't 3. Thank you. We now need a 4 on this renbon, by the way. So that's not a 4. These aren't 5. So that's 7. That's 6. These two digits are a 2 and a 3, neither of which do I know how to place. That 5 means that's a 4. That 4 means that's a 9. So that's not a 9. Continued with the low-hanging fruit. I appreciate. So now I do know there's a 4 in one of these two. So let's look at box 4. That says one of these two cells is a 5. Now, I should go ahead and fill in what these two digits are, because it's probably going to tell me a lot. Let's see. I need a 2 in this column and a 6. If this were a 2, it would need to go with a 3. And if this were a 6, it would go with a 5 or a 7. I don't think I know anything about any of that. Oh, I do. This 6 here. This 6 here sees that that's a 2 and sees that that's a 6, which says that this isn't a 3 anymore. It's a 5 or a 7. Okay, so this is... And so the other of these digits, just to be clear, because neither of these is 5, by the way. These are a 4, and then the other digit is either a 2 or a 6. Well, that one's never a 6. So this is a 2 or a 4. Oh, well, it's not a 2, because 2 would place a 5 right there. So that's a 4. That 4 places that 5. Okay, so this Renbon did not do a whole lot. Sorry, little Renbon. You made the puzzle more symmetric, I suppose. And we'll be grateful to you for that. But don't look for lots of gratitude around here. Okay, so so this is a 2 or a 6. The 2 would put a 5 here. The 6 would put a 5 here. I think either of those is able to be 5. As far as I am able to tell. What is left in the Renbon box? Let's see. We need a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 6, 8 is what is left. Let's see. Could this be a 2? If this were a 2, that would be a 5. Nope, this cannot be a 2. If this were a 6, well, if this were a 6, that would be a 6. That's already a problem. So this is an 8. The 8 there puts a 5 there. So now this is not an 8. Okay, so this is a 2 or a 6. And that's a 2 or a 6. So these two cells in box 2 and box 6, this digit can't be a 6 because it would put a 5 on top of a 1. So that's a 6 and that's a 2. Somehow I thought chat was telling me this couldn't be a 2, but it turns out it's a 2. So that 2 there... Wait, we broke the puzzle. Because that 2 puts a 5 there. Oh, what did I do? User error. Oh, I just did it the wrong way. Oh, this is a 6. Okay, this being a 2 would put a 5 in the same column. I don't know how I did that. Okay, this is a 6. Oh, I looked at that cell instead. Oh, I looked at that cell for that cell. Okay, I got it. So that's a 2. I slightly more than looked at it backwards, but it was not a huge deal. So that 2 tells me that's a 5. That 6 tells me that's a 5. And now we've got almost all of our indexing done. Not quite all of it as of yet. I agree with Ranks that these puzzles are great for people who think disjoint is too easy. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is not a 2 or a 7, so that one's a 3. That's a 7. That's a 2. That's a 3. That 2 looks over and sees that's a 1 and that's a 2. That 2 makes that a 1. This row is missing a 3. The box is missing a 2 and a 7. This column already has a 3 and a 5, so that's an 8. So that's a 3. These two digits are a 2, which goes there, and a 4, which goes there. That means this row is missing 7. Let's see. These are not 7 anymore. In fact, this one I can probably figure out what it is. It's not 2 or 7 or 8. It must be a 3. This is not 3, so it's 2 or 8. So this is 2 or 8, and it's not 2, so that's an 8. That's a 2. Uh-oh, nope. Rewind. This is not a 2. Okay, so this is a 3 or an 8, and it's not a 3, so it's an 8. It's a 3. No. Okay, what on earth is going on with my pencil marking? Okay, we're just going to delete all these pencil marks, and then we're going to fill this in carefully. Okay, so we're missing a 4 and an 8. This one is not 4. It's an 8. It's a 4. Don't turn red. Good, it did not turn red. It was afraid of the zeta. Okay, so we are going to get rid of the 8 there. Yes, the pro scanning indeed. Okay, 7 and a 2. Let's see. Okay, so these are 6 and an 8. I don't know anything about that. We'll throw in a 3 for good measure. If you throw in some extra things in your pencil marks, then you can't have things go too badly. 1, 2, 3. I think that's a reference to a movie, but I don't know anything about it other than that. These are a 4 and a 6. Oh, and these I know the order of. So that's a 6. That's a 4. It's an 8. That's a 6. That 8 makes that a 9. Makes that an 8. That 8 makes that a 9. No. That 8 makes that a 9. And that an 8. No. I filled in literally the last digit in the puzzle wrong. That's great. 3, 4, 5. I think it's a 7. That's going to be my next guess. Excellent. Good choice of puzzle to finish off one. The break-in of this was crazy. The way that like the 3 and the 7 were restricted, and then the way that ultimately the whole point was if you chose your 1 and 9 the wrong way around, you forced both 1 and 9 onto this Renbon, which wasn't quite long enough to accommodate both of them. That was really cool. Yes, if the last digit of the timer matches the last digit you fill, then the bomb doesn't explode or something. Yes, if you just try every puzzle by exhaustion, then you will eventually get to the thing. There aren't that many possible Sudoku grids. Like, there are only a few dozen 9x9 Latin squares, is my understanding. And then once you add this restriction about the boxes, it's even fewer than that. So that's why you see the grids repeating a lot when you do Sudoku puzzles. Alrighty, well, thanks for joining me today, everyone. Today was more of an adventure than most. Hopefully you enjoyed our endeavors through coloring and lettering and whatever on earth else happened in that puzzle that may not have been the smoothest solve, even though it was a fantastic puzzle that I really enjoyed. But the solve was probably not the best of the channel's history. Alrighty, well, have a wonderful evening / day / whatever time it is where you are. Enjoy it. Don't forget to like the stream, subscribe to the stream if you're not subscribed yet. I hope to see you all back soon. I'll be back Wednesday with a longer stream that's maybe more friendly to those of you who are on the other side of an ocean in terms of time zone. Ranks will be doing his word games in 20 minutes, so you should join Ranks for word games and also to watch GeoGuessr go hilariously wrong when they put a Canadian flag while you're at the Estonian embassy. I guess the Canadian embassy in Estonia. Is that what it was? That was particularly delightful. All right. Have a wonderful evening. If you'd like to support the stream more than just subscribing, we do have Patreon. If you want, you can go to patreon.com/zetamath. You can support there. We'll close out with a with a little thank you to all of our patrons in our sign out screen. As always, have a wonderful time.